Hello everyone! Today will be the last round in the Asian Chess Champions League. So, we will look at that very carefully every time, because it will be very interesting. So, let's start from introduction myself. My name is Dasha, I am Woman FIDE Master, and I will be your commentator for the next 4 hours, or 5, or 6. Things happen, if you understand what I mean. So, what about our situation for today? The 7th last round right now. So, I want to start from the rankings before the last round. The first place is taken by the Sport Club KPRF, who has 11 points of team. To be honest, the first place are sharing between Sport Club KPRF and Yugra Chess Academy. The both commands have 11-point teams, but we have one more coefficient to, have the champions. So the second place, Yugra Chess Academy, has 17.5 with individual victories, but the Sport Club KPRF has 19.5. 2 points, it's very big difference. So the situation really looks like the odds are the Sport Club KPRF will be first. As for the third place, our history is very interesting right now because of the situation. So you can imagine it yourself. Airport Authority of India right now is there in the third place, and they have 88 team points. Yugra team has 17 points. So there is no big difference between these teams, just 1 team point. And the main thing is these teams right now in the last round place each other. It will be very stressful for both of them, because who wins? The team who wins will have a third place right now. Astana team takes the 5th place before the last round. Uzbekistan Chess Club takes the 6th place. Hangzhou of China takes the 7th place, and Zandan Shatar Chess Club from Mongolia takes the 8th place. So that's the ranking before the last round, and now it's time to tell you about the pairs. So, as I said before, the one of interesting battles today is Airport Authority of India with Yugra, because in this match we will find the 3rd place. So, if this match will end a draw, the Airport Authority of India will be 3rd. So, they applause for somebody. Maybe it's a birthday, maybe it's just today is the last round. I don't know, but it doesn't look like when they congratulations someone. I'm interested. Something is happening right now. I don't know this information, so I can only guess about the reason to applause. Okay. The second match right now to analyzing is a game between Uzbekistan Chess Club and Hangzhou of China. They are not trying to have a prizes, but rating and places in the final rating and ranking. Astana plays with Yugra Chess Academy. Yugra Chess Academy has a difference with Airport Authority of India with 3 team points, so it's not a real risky. The first and the second place might turn out only in one case, if Sport Club KPRF will not win the match between the Zandan Chess Club. It's a strange situation, but life is life, so everything can be happened. Okay, as for the third match, as I said before, Sana and Yugra Chess Academy. And the last one, Zandan Shatar Chess Club and Sport Club KPRF. During my explanation of position before the last round, I said you all things about the pairs. So now you know everything. Okay, let's look at that. 3 p.m. clearly, so round will begin in minutes. D4, yeah. I want to put this button, to renew everything, and I see the first move right now. Perfect. D4 was played in the first board of the first match. We will start to observe it right now. Okay. So about results, 4 teams and just 3 places. Sport Club KPRF entered the top, as I said before. Yugra Chess Academy takes the second place almost in any case. It could one hypothetically moment with draw or lost from Sport Club KPRF in this match with Mongolian team. So the most important thing for us, it's a battle between Airports Authority of India and Yugra. It will be very interesting and very stressful for them, because this team have the similar ratings of their participants, and it's a very high stakes match. If you win, you have a medal. If you lose, you have nothing. Money, of course, money prizes for all teams in this tournament. Include the first place and the last place. Everyone will be in the closing ceremony with prizes. But it's a big difference, third place and fourth place. So let's look at the details. And we will start from the first board. As you can see, white plays d4, Sankalp Gupta plays white, and his opponent, Ilishonok Ilya, who plays black, is starting to think right now, d4, what will be next? Maybe usually Sankalp Gupta used other opportunities for white, maybe e4 or c4, and black prepared other variations right now, but in the game was something different. So it's the reason why black is thinking right now, because as you can see in the camera, the process is continuing. Okay, let's look at the second board, maybe something else. Giri Olga plays white, Harikrishnan Ara plays black. Interesting. E3 move usually uses this very safe system. Let's check the name of this variation. Let's be accurate. So d4, d5, it's Slav defense. Quiet variation. I love this name. Quiet variation. So it describes the situation very accurate. It's really quiet variation. Because this pawn is block our bishop, but the center is safe. Knight c3, bishop b3, the typical things for the Slav openings. So everything is equal, of course, and it's one of the details from the Slav openings, Slav defense, Slav variations, whatever. Okay, interesting choice from the white, and let's continue. The third board, Harshvardhan plays white and Pridorozhny Alexei plays black. Italian game. Time to choice. So after knight f6 it will be yes, 2 knights defense. After the bishop c5 in this situation, Italian game, of course. So knight f6 was live and d3. You know this moment. d3 is the most popular move right now, and if you, for example, non-professional chess players, I can explain to you this moment. If you start from the knight c3, black will takes here with the opportunity to make d5 as fork, and after that the position of black is better because they have more space in the center. That's the point. So right now d3 is better. White places in the game, of course, because it's a Grandmaster level, as I said before, everyone knows what to do next. As for the last board right now, Kabanov Nikolai plays white and Rahul Vaz plays black. Interesting exchange variation in French defense. Takes here, knight f3. It's a theory, and queen e2. Statistics says that it's the second variation right now. The short castling is first and the queen f2 it's the second. But new to me, maybe white tries to, came to the equal opening. It seems like that. Because queen e7, it looks like the very natural move for the black. Bishop e6 has a, minuses, cons. After knight g5, white will have a pair of bishop advantage. Advantage? Maybe it's a French mood today of advantage. Why not so? Just a style. Yeah, it was in the game. White, black interposing by, queen e7, and after the exchange, the equal endgame became in the board. Okay, we will look at the way how game unfolds. Very big. No, I don't know how I can finish this sentence, so I will start the new one. A lot of games in this variation finished with a draw. So like 65% after the trade-off here, maybe more, 66%. Maybe it's a strategic thing, like made the draw in the last game, but the point is, as I said before, if this game ends like a draw, if this battle ends like a draw, the airport authority of India will be third. So it's not very good for the white. Interesting moment. Maybe the point is white likes to, endgame strategical positions, so that's the reason why they exchange their queens. Okay, whatever, we will see. So let's check other games. The second battle right now, it's a battle between Uzbekistan Chess Club and Hangzhou of China. Let's look at the first board. So Saidaliyev Akoberkhon plays white and Mukia plays black. The last move was queen b3 with the threat, and this position really used in a lot of games in Masters level. Of course, Masters statistic is opened right now in my computer, so I can tell you with confidence. After bishop b3, there were 700 games right now, and 90% of black prefer a bishop b4 move right here. With the next idea after a3 is not using. Takes, maybe the point is e4 square. Let's check it. Take, short castling, and this pawn is really non-takeable because of queen a5. Wow! So after the queen c6, it will be like rook c8 with a skewer. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay. Let's return. So it's a book variation, nothing new for everyone. And now black's turn, black's thinking. Other opportunities is queen b6 and queen c8. But it looks like bishop b4 is the most active thing for the black. Okay, let's continue. The second board right now. Chen Yinin plays white from the China team, of course, and Abdulhakimov Akbarali plays black from the Uzbekistan team. So I want to start from the beginning. What was happening in this game? d4, c4, c5, Indian defense, and d5 was here. b5, Blumenfield counter gambit. Interesting choice of the black. Takes, the second line as statistic says, and takes here. So white has an extra pawn, but it's part of the black's idea. We sacrifice a pawn, and black controls the center. Black has a b file for their rook. It's like a compensation in this variation. I want to open the engine. Engine doesn't really agree with this idea. He said that the evaluation right now is 0.7 in white's favor. So we have questions to Blumenfield's counter gambit, but who knows, it's just a personal choice. Maybe in the last game it's interesting, create some imbalanced position, to make the game more interesting. Bishop d6, b3, with preparing of fianchetto. As I can see, white doesn't spend a lot of time to thinking. It means that they was prepared for this variation. Okay, short castling, and bishop b2, and bishop b7. So there is a position knight d2. The evaluation is 0.6. So like half of a pawn, not very much, but we can feel it in the game. Of course, this pawn center is strong, but it's a potentially passed pawn in the endgame. So every trade-off in this position make the black situation worse. So I think like in every gambit, typical history for these ideas. Okay, got it. As for the third board, let's check it. Azizov Sadullah plays white, Hong Minjian plays black. Okay, and they are fighting each other in the London system. London system is the capital of Great Britain system. Sorry. Bishop goes to f4, fianchetto e3. So very calm variation, very solid system. In the last round, usually the choices of opening is very strange, but it's interesting to give in comments. So bishop f5, short castling, and goes here. The point is c4 move makes white's position better, because this tension between these pawns is good for the black, but not very good for the white. I can explain to you this moment. So, how we can count the pawn tension? It's better for white or for black? We can do it very easily. So, if you can take it a lot of times in every moment, it's tension better for you. If your opponent can take it in every move, it's better for him. So right now, white really don't like to take it because they are ruining their own pawn center. But black might take it in every move because it's open a C file, creating a new opportunities for these pieces. So white is trying to get rid of this tension on the c5 and d4 squares after the knight b3 move. So it's very explainable. And the last one board. So let's look at that. One Inyo plays white and Abdullayev Muhammad Rahim plays black. Catalan opening. Yesterday it was a trend. Yesterday a lot of games was played in the Catalan opening with this bishop on g2 and the central pawns c4 and d4. Today is the first game in Catalan opening, but maybe it will be more. We don't look at the last two matches yet, so far. Whatever. So, this square of pawns usually in white's favor, because square of pawns is lead to the opening new files in the center, usually. But right now I have a questions. If you see all of streams, you remember that in the previous streams I said you, if your opponent made a square of pawns, of course, you would take to the center. If you're trying to put into the center, from the center, opponent have a good diagonal for their bishop. It's not good to you. But if you capture to the center, it's potentially is isolated pawn on d5, because one more trade-off, somehow, somewhen, strange word. So after these pawns disappearing, you will have a good plan with attacking on d5 pawn. But in this game, white preferred the bishop g2 move. So interesting, why not? Short castling, and right now black trying to keep their pawn on d4, but after knight d4, white take this pawn back. Okay, got it. The evaluation is 0 pawn 2, so it means nothing. Just equal position without something special for anyone. Okay, maybe this capture is potentially interesting for the white, but I'm not sure, because black can take by the knight and there is no isolated pawn on d5. This position was in the game of masters usually with continue like short castling, takes and takes by the knight. So I was right, yes, when I predicted. Okay, so there are a lot of evaluations like an equal position. Okay, let's continue our stream with the next match between Astana and Yugra Chess Academy. What's happening here? We are starting from the first position as usually. So Ahmedinov Sadbek plays white, Nesterov Arsenii plays black. The situation is hard to the Astana team because of all position of team before this round, so white is looking for chances. Maybe that's an explanation why here white preferred to make a g4 move. Of course, it's not it's unnecessary, but it shows us that whites want to make something sharp and opposite side castling's position, a lot of tactics, a lot of, counting, calculating things. So each game must be very active, dynamical. We will look at that. As for the statistics was end. Doesn't exist right here. It's untypical. Let's look from the beginning. It was a French defense. Okay, bishop g5, lot of games here, Knight d7 is the second line. Knight f3. Okay, 2000 games right here. h6, trade-off. And bishop returns to the e3. Okay, 600 game. Knight d6, knight d3. Short castling and short castling. So no. Right here, usually white prefers long castling, rook g1 with a preparation of g4 or something else, but in this game, white decided to make a sacrifice. So, sacrifice the pawn, and black decided to take it. Like, why not? If its pawn is unguarded, you can just take it and check what your opponent playing to do right now. So, the most wow, what's the idea? So you can't believe what's a move, right? And stop engine move. I don't understand. Unclear. Let's make it clear together. So in the game, white played bishop d2 very quickly. Maybe with this idea, maybe it was something like a trap, like I go away, and right now, but the evaluation is dangerous for the white. It's like one pawn one to the black. But right here computer says that the top engine move is bishop h6 with the same idea of queen e4 with a fork. Okay, for example, knight takes h6, queen e4, made two threats in the same time, so black should protect their h7 square, and queen takes on h8. So the position is in white's problem, it's black favor, but it's really interesting imbalanced position. Rook against the queen as for material. But there are some details, maybe about this queen on the corner of the board. This queen has problems really. But in the game, white prefers the bishop d2 with the same ideas. So really only one move for the black to keep the good situation for them. So it's a bishop b7, of course, to preventing queen e4 in this situation. Here, controlling, for example, rook g1, and the only one move here, wow, it's queen f6. The idea is counterattack on the f3 square. But if, for example, knights go away, it can be like, it might be something like bishop h6. Very unsimple. So it is not simple to calculate in real game. Interesting preparation for the white. Okay, let's continue our analysis. So, the second board in the match between Astana and Yugra Chess Academy. What's happening here? Vitohin Savo plays white, Aitbayev Aslan plays black, and now we have a Queen's Gambit declined exchange variation. The pawn made a trade-off on d5, after c takes d5, e takes d5, and our minor pieces is just developing. So bishop d3, bishop g3 and c5. c5 is interesting, and I can say non-typical, because really there is really less, the least percent of blacks winning after the c5, as Statistica says. I can explain to you this moment, it's clear for everyone, I think. So white has more minor pieces in the center, and white had a easy way to, finish their development with knight f3 and short castling. So usually in the positions like that, black doesn't rush with the opening the center. Sometimes we have an exceptions like here, but typically for them it makes something like bishop g4, rook e8, knight d7 and finish their development. But as the engine recommends c5 move, so in the game black prefers it. Okay, equality, everything is equality. Knight protecting pawn on the d4, avoiding pin ideas because of the opportunity to interpose all of problems. Just the next typical decision, knight c6, black response. Okay, maybe short castling, it's my stake right now. The third board in this match, let's continue. Akhmetov Ayan plays white and Grebnev Alexei plays black, so it's another solid pawn structure without something sharp. Just a pawn triangle in the center, queen's pawn game, d4, it starts like a London system, maybe something different, but I can really think, lot of similar words. So, in my opinion, it's just a London system structure. And you can, of course, disagree with it. But this triangle, very similar thing. Okay. So, equality, of course, in this position. nothing specific. 3000 game right here, so we can move on. As for the last game in the match between Astana and Yugra Chess Academy, let's check it. Wow, it's an end game. After 13 move, how this rook was trading and for what? I want to look at from the beginning. So, knight f3, c5, English opening. I like English opening. English opening is my heart. So, g3, d4. Wow, how brave. Right now, usually when I played the position like that, I just taking on d5, making a fianchetto bishop, short castling d3, and starting to attack the c5 square. But you know, everyone choosing for himself, and d4 in this position, the third square of the pawns in our round. Takes, knight takes here, e5. The pawn structure has a strong resemblance with the Grünfeld ideas. Especially, I can show you this moment, for example, to be more, understandable. So usually in the Grünfeld defense we have these ideas after g5, knight c3, d5, and the black knight stays in the center. After e4 we made a threat, and this pawn structure like this is fianchetto bishop and c5. In this game we have the same things but from the opposite side. So g3, like knight on d4, e5, take, and fianchetto in the king side from the white. We are attacking d5 pawn. Okay, d4 takes here with a check, interposing, and takes on a8. Takes here with a threat to the rook. Knight d5, interesting. The only move for the white, and it's a really book theory for the white. Takes, and short castling right now. Bishop d6. So it's equality in the board, and this game is really known by the black. So I can see their time, 1 hour and 33 minutes in the clock. It means only the whole preparation of the opening. Okay, got it. And I can see right now that the first game was finished. So it's a record or not? Yesterday was a short draw with 27 minutes, and right now we have another draw with the same time. So, in the match between Astana and Yugra Chess Academy, white makes a short draw. g4, we looked at that in our previous analysis. So, rook g1, f5 is a mistake. The only one move for the black was queen f6, but right now was f5. h3, trade-off, takes here, and rook g7. It was a home preparation. Perpetual Chekhov caught with queen g6 and queen h6. Got it. So it's okay for everyone. Nesterov Arseny and Ahmedinov Sadbek finished the tournament first. Okay, let's continue. Our thing. So this endgame right now was prepared by the black, but totally okay for the white. White has a yes, takes here and interpose on d5. Yes. So, of course, it's a balanced position. It means that white has an extra rook against bishop, but black has a pawn in the center, has a pair of bishop, has an advantage of development. So, it's somehow compensating. Okay. Bishop b3 computer recommends right now, trying to offer a trade-off, because in the end game maybe it will be easier to finish our development with the rook from a8 especially. Okay, and the last match that we want to analyze, it's a match between Zandan Shatar Chess Club and Sport Club KPRF. The fun fact is, before the last game, Sport Club KPRF took the first place and Zandan Shatar Chess Club took the 8th place, so there is a big difference between their levels, but who knows? It's a chess. Everything might be changed. So let's try to find the details and analyze it. The first board, Basan Surenardan plays white and Artemiev Vladislav plays black. It started like a Hrunfeld defense. Yeah, it was, like I showed you in the previous game. But right here, white used an innovation with h4. Interesting, interesting. If we looked at the clock, white had 1 hour 27 minutes right now and spent 4 minutes to find h4. Usually it's unnatural sometimes, because h4 it's a really, so you should take responsibility. You should be responsible for these choices, because it's a team tournament, and really, if you know the strong line with bishop b3, for example, the main popular move right here, or c takes d, you will choose it in the game. If you're trying to innovate, to create the new variation, you should spend more time than 4 minutes. So there is something strange. Maybe it's like white pretend that they are create this variation right now in the board. Maybe it's a preparation from home, and they just 4 minutes to, make it clear. Okay, c6 is a black response. Black spent like 20 minutes after the h4 move, and it's interesting fact. Of course, it's equality. C takes d, it's a book theory, so about 200 games right here in the master statistics. Okay, the second board. Matlakov Maxim plays white, Gumbayar Mogmar Suran plays black, and it looks like a Lasker idea, but the advantage of white is big. So let's analyze. Semi-Slav defense is the name of this variation. E3 is of course. As for the bishop d6, usually black prefers the bishop e7 right now. As I said before, with the Lasker's idea, I can show you that. For example, bishop d3, short castling, bishop c2, something like that, rook e8, and short castling. And right here, black has an idea, played h6, and after the bishop h4, there is a Lasker idea. I said a lot of times. So this pin is not a pin, so black can put their knight on the e4 with this discovered attack. For example, takes, and there are enough defense on this square. Pawn, queen, and rook right now on this square. Yes, I must not forget the word square. Otherwise, everything will be harder to explain. 100% fact. So I will try to using everything that I need. Okay, in this game, black prefers the bishop d6 after that idea. So right now, Lasker's idea doesn't exist because of the pin. Bishop d3, a half of a pawn to the white go away, short castling, rook e8. Computer doesn't like this. I don't know why, to be honest. But his evaluation is really dangerous for the black after the e4 move. Pawn break in the center. This idea is scary, so black should take. After the trade-off between knight and bishop, white will have a pair of bishop advantage, so it looks like logical thing, and rook e8 with these skewers. Queen f8 is the only move for the black, and taking here, destroying the whole pawn structure near the king, so a lot of problems for the white. As computer says, it's untypical idea, because usually we try not to touch this pawn. It's a pawn chain, and after this trade-off, we will have an isolani. As you remember, isolani, it's isolated pawn on the d file, but the evaluation is evaluation. So one pawn in white's favor after the e4. Okay, got it. Let's continue. The third board in this match. Enkri Amgalan plays white, and Pankratov Pavel plays black. Interesting, interesting. It's a pin, so bishop is okay right now. I hope so. Let's start from the beginning. d4, c4, bishop f4, just typical development, but after c5. c5 is the most popular move for the black right now, to be honest. But it made the fourth square of pawns. Today's trend is the square of pawn in the center. Yesterday it was the same thing, but not these numbers, maybe less. Okay, e3, knight d2 to get rid of the pin in this diagonal, short castling, a3, and rook e8 in the end. Okay, white's turn, they're thinking. Statistics says that the game in this variation doesn't lot of modal verbs. I hate modal verbs in English. Okay, the positions don't exist in this. The games in this position don't exist. Let's be correct. We should be. Okay. But as for me, everything is clear. This trade-off will be in the next move or the move after the next move. Something. Oh, interesting ideas. Bishop e2 and rook c1, it's a typical move. For example, rook c1 takes here, the only move, of course, takes here, and something like isolated pawn in the center in the end game. But, of course, taking by b pawn without, options. e5. Are you serious, man? D takes e5, knight takes e5, c takes d5. Maybe it's a time to turn the tables for the black. They save the initiative after this pawn breaks, like in the black style. Rook e8 is interesting because e5 it's a really threat for the white. Okay, just right now evaluation is 0.0, but it means nothing because of this opportunity. Okay, let's look at the last board. So Malakhov Vladimir plays white and Anktul Altanuzzi plays black. It was a Zukertort opening, right? Computer says Zukertort opening. But I want to check. What? Knight f3, b5. Polish defense, oh my god. e4, bishop b7. Bishop takes b5, bishop takes e4. Have you seen it? Have you seen this variation before this game? Because I'm not sure about me. Look like it's very interesting. I totally agree with that sentence, but as for the details of this variation, really uncommon opening. We can start from that. White has a small advantage, as computer says. Short castling they prefers, and d4. 0.8. So e6, c4, controlling all the center. Knight goes to z3 with a tempo. Rook goes to e1. I prefer the white side right now. I would play white. So, this idea, one whole point to the white, one whole pawn. Okay, a5. The position of white is getting better and better with every move. Maybe computer doesn't like the bishop f4 move. It's just small details like bishop e3 was better. It's unclear for me. Maybe we can find the difference. For example, bishop f4, d6, like it was in the game. And what's the reason? really computer things. But we're just a human, so rook c1 and knight d7. White has a development advantage right here. After the bishop c2, they trying to build a battery in this diagonal with h7 pawn. So something like that. The position is have a similar resemblance with, you know, Peirce-Sophim's defense. How it called in English? Sorry. These ideas with d6 and knight f6. Peirce defense, just Peirce defense, yeah. So it's so similar in the end. Okay, we'll check it. And right now I really want to go back to the match between Airport Authority of India and UGRA, because this match is decisive. The third place. They are fighting to take the third place. Okay, let's start from the first. Sankalp Gupta plays white and Elishona Kalia plays black. After the d4, black started to thinking. I remember that. e5, e6, sorry. It's an Imzo-Indian defense, typical thing, short castling, bishop d3 takes. So a3 is the second line right here. 15% of masters prefer it. The more like knight 2, but right now, why not? Queen goes to c2 and c5. Black is trying to open the central lines. For example, let's check. Takes. There is an opportunity for the discovered attack in the c-file, but this move is prohibited right now. What else? I don't know. Looks like knight e2 in any case, and short castling. The evaluation is equal, of course. There is a theory with dc5, bishop c5, and knight f3 from the other master's game in my statistics. So nothing special, just an equality. Okay, got it. Now white's turn was thinking. Let's look at the second board. Giria Olga plays white, Harikrishna Nara plays black, so very interesting. The number of material is equal, the pawn structure is symmetrical, but this queen on a4 square is very, intense, brave queen. So, is there a threat or not? Maybe not, because computer recommends just made a short castling without something special, short castling, and that's all. So, bishop d6, for example, bishop d2, controlling the squares, rook, knight e5 maybe, when the right moment comes. Okay, short castling, rook f goes to c1, so white has a small advantage with a pair of bishop. Center is closed right now, but white has a queen side, and maybe b4, b5 is gaining space. I'm not sure, maybe just double pawns on c line. Okay, got it. One more equality. As for the third board, Harsha Vardhan plays white, Pridorozhny Alexei plays black. Something interesting here, yes? Takes in the center. The engine says that the black's position is difficult to defend. It was an Italian game. 2 knights defense after the king knight f6 right now. So we remember that. d3 firstly, knight c3 secondly. Make a lot of preventions. Bishop f3, g4. Bishop goes away, knight in the center. And this idea with preparing of c6. But right now, after d4, so I just want to check. We cannot continue our plan, right? Totally cannot. Because of these pawns in the center, it will be doubled pawns, but without other pawns in adjective, not adjective, as conjunctive. So in the D and F files, let's be simple. In this game, d4, bishop d5, and takes by the pawn. Okay, e takes d5, so white has a space advantage, white has a lot of opportunities, white has a pair of bishop advantage. This knight on b8 is suffering right now because he goes away to prepare c6, but it seems like bad for this piece, so it looks like logical advantage of white. As for the next game, the last one, the first board, Kabanov Nikolai plays white and Rahul West plays black. It's an end game. It's an end game. Everyone has a pair of bishop. The both sides have the symmetrical pawn structure. The last move from black is knight h5 with the idea of knight f4. Maybe g3 is prohibited or not? No, it's okay. Computer doesn't recommend it, but when I did it in my board, he says, okay, you can do it. The evaluation from 0.3 to 0.2, so it's a really small equality. Small equality. Sounds strange, but it's true. Okay, so right now, in our first circle, I can say to you that in this match we have two equalities and one small, or not small, who knows, one advantage of the India team in the third board. Okay. This game, the first one in the next match, was finished with a draw. Interesting. So after bishop b4, they just take on c3, and after queen c3, make a draw agreement. Last round. So the part of games will finish quickly. For example, in situation when it's better for all sides. But part of games will be very long, because we have a fighting to take a special good prize place. Of course. As for the match between Uzbekistan Chess Club and Hangzhou of China, the first board was ended with a draw. Let's look at the second board. So, Chen Yinin plays white, Abdulhakimov Akbarali plays black. The last move was taken on e4, but computer says white have a chances to win right now. So the advantage is 1 pawn 6. Can you believe it? 1 pawn 6 after the knight g5. As I can understand, the main idea is bishop c4 with knight e6. I don't know really. For example, bishop d5 to control this diagonal. Very bad. Why? Knight d takes e4. For example, takes. This bishop is bad, the rook d1 is idea, and square on the d file. What else? This pawn are weaknesses, so a lot of trouble for the black. The top engine move for the black is taken here, but the position is totally inharmonic for the black. You know, all of pieces and pawns in the center control only the black squares without exceptions. So maybe it's getting more clear for me in the things with evaluation. Okay, right now it's time to think for the white, so everything is good for them, and we can continue. The freeze, interesting. The third board in this match is continuing between Azizov Sadullah and Hong Minzhen. So it's an equality. g4, bishop goes to e6, knight g5. White is looking for chances, so they're trying to make a pair of bishop advantage after the trade-off. Looks like logical, but the center is closed, so computer says nothing special. Even if you will have a pair of bishops, you cannot exploit it in this situation because of the lack of open diagonals. So 0.0 right here. As for the last board, between Wang Yinyo and Abdullayev Muhammad Rahim right here, let's check it with details. Maybe this Isolani on d5 is not very good for the black. I'm not sure, but computer says it's not. We blocked this pawn very safety with our knight, so e3, b3, bishop b2, rook c1. Maybe usually when you have an Isolani, your chances is attacking chances. Like knight on e4, rooks on e file and c file. But in this situation, black has troubles with development. Their minor pieces from the queen side stays in the beginner position. It's not typical thing with Isolani, because it looks like the compensation doesn't exist right now. So it's 0.6 in white's favor, and it's very explainable. The top engine move right here is knight c6. Computer recommends just going away, and bishop g5, e3, queen d2, rook to the d1, rook to the c1. So typical ways to fighting with Isolani. Got it, got it, got it. Interesting. And let's continue. The third match between Astana and Yugra Chess Academy, as you said before. I said you before. You can said something right now in our format of stream. So the first game ends with a draw, perpetual check, as you remember. Interesting things. Let's look at the second board. So Vitohin Sawa plays white. Aidbayev Aslan plays black. The situation is equal. The pawn structure is almost equal, except of this pawn chain right here. C file and D file is good for the both rooks from the both sides. What else? Knight b4, interesting. Knight b5 may be interesting, but after that, of course, bishop goes to b1 or bishop goes to b8, and king and knight should go on. Show must go on, but knight should go away. Yeah. Knight. Interesting fact. Let's continue. Like we are in the serial, right? The continue. To be continued. How informable. Move on to the third board. Anyway, so equality is equality, whatever. Akhmetov Ayan plays white and Grebnev Alexei plays black. What is happening here? The London system, of course. This pawn triangle made black thinking, but it's strange. So you can see that 1 hour and 32 minutes in their clock, and after the c3 they are thinking by 50 minutes. From the 1 hour and 30 minutes to 40 minutes after this free move, without threats, without something. What's happening? So maybe it's no, not the health troubles. They are just maybe it's not the same board. I don't see. I'm not sure about the specific game in our cameras from the tournament. But it looks like really he is freezing and just so whatever. It's all my guess without mean. It doesn't mean sense. So okay, thinking is thinking. But usually when you take part of the team, I forget this word, the team championships, so you should be predictable for your teammates. But sometimes you can be afraid of the situation if your teammate is freezing for some hours. So I had the situations like that when our teammate just freeze and start to thinking from the 20 minutes in her clocks to just 1 minute, and our team captain was really scary of the happening. Mate something, do something, your time. It's a time trouble right here. Situation is not very, it's not required some amount of calculation, so just do something. But no, no, no. This match ends like a draw, and it was a success in the situation because it was a whatever. History is history, and we are continuing. So, the last one game in this match between Perchinsky Bogdan from white and Kozhgan by Erkin from black. We discussed it in our previous time to analysis. After the bishop d5, and right here was a time to make a decision, because situation is imbalanced. That means that white has a rook and black has a bishop on the board, but black situation has some pros, like pluses. So its pair of bishops in the center is developing advantage, is pawns in the central squares, e5 and d4, who controls everything in the board. So computer recommends to white right here offer a trade-off after the bishop, after the queen goes to b3. So let's trading. And the best ways for black is trying to avoid this offer, because their bishop needs to the command. Somebody needs to help them after the, it can be a queen. Preparing for the short castling, and these pieces starting to make something. But in the game was the f3 move, this interposing and long diagonal, and black responded with short castling. Okay, it's our situation now, so computer writes that the evaluation is 0.4. Okay, got it. Let's look at the last match between Zendan Shatar Chess Club and Sport Club KPRF. What's happening here? We are looking at the first board right now. Basan Surenardan plays white, Artemiev Vladislav plays black, and black has an advantage, small advantage, but it's totally okay for them, because the main goal for black in the opening of the chess game is equalizing, all of position. Really, white has a right to first move. It means something. So, takes on d5, takes on d5, queen b3, knight goes to c6, and the idea is developing pieces with the tempos. So queen stays on b4, and it can be dangerous for the white, of course. The top engine move, as computer says right now, it's a bishop f8 with a strong idea e5 and discovered attack. The point is right here, white's queen having squares to escape, so the only move for white is a bishop e5, e6, for example, takes, very interesting line. And we have an endgame with pair of bishop for the black. Maybe. I just want to check if I want to start from the e5. Takes and right here. Takes. This queen is trapped. Why not? So just to try, go away. I cannot go away. Okay, it's just a, joke. So the position is okay for the both sides, but black has more opportunities connected with this queen. As for the second board, one pawn free to the white. Matlakov Maxim has an advantage. His opponent is Gunbayar Muagnamar Suren, plays black. Okay, the number of pawns is equal right now, but this queen can suffer. e4 was in the game. Yeah, we discussed it. Queen goes to f8 earlier, but after the trade-off, the minor pieces of white is working perfect. Pair of bishops, controlling of center, space advantage. So everything is perfect for the white. As for the third board, Let's check it. Enkri Enkham Galan plays white, Pankratov Pavel plays black. That was the square of pawns, and it remains. So 3 lines of engine is 0.0. Computer says maybe we will make a triple pawn, not doubled, but tripled pawns. Okay, for example, queen takes c5, bishop b4, it's a queen, and offering a trade-off, something like that. Or that pawn. So it looks like the position is totally equal, despite of the unequal pawn structure. Okay, and let's look at the last board. Malakhov Vladimir plays white, and Khtul Altanulzi plays black. Something interesting here. So, pawns in the center, rook a8, protecting her pawn on d6 from the side. Interesting, I like it. So, it was started from the big advantage of white, but right now black is equalizing everything. Maybe this pawn is more safe than it looks like. Okay, a3, b3 computer recommend for the white. Just make the queen side safe. h3, so nothing special, just positional play here. Okay. In this match, maybe only one advantage in the second place, but other boards are very equal for the both sides. But it's just the first hour of playing. There are 3 or 4 or more hours ahead, so everything must be changed. But right now I suggest you take a short break, and after that we will continue. But right now, let's stop it. Perfect. I'm ready to continue the stream. Let's continue analyzing of the games, because today is decisive games, decisive battles. So, well, we are starting right now from the first match between Airport Authority of India and Yugra. Our first board. Let's look at that. So, right here, Sankalp Gupta plays white, he's an India team captain, and Ilyushan Akalya plays black, he's an Yugra team captain. So, what's happening right now? The evaluation of computer is 0.3 in white's favor, after b4. Okay, maybe, but what's about position? I see an isoline on d5, and maybe it's not very comfortable for the black. As I said before, usually we used tautology is my best friend, yes. So usually we exploit I don't know other words in this topic. So tautology means tautology. Okay, d4 pawn is usually helps our minor pieces with an attacking. So it's outpost for the knight, it's a diagonals for the bishops, it's files for the rooks. Yes, you understand what I want to say. Right now it's not the same case, because black hasn't an opportunity to start attack. This knight from f6 has disappeared and nobody can use the outpost on e4. So, a lot of problems. Maybe white has problems too, especially with the c5, c1 bishop, because this bishop haven't a square to be developed. Like b2 or e3. That's the reason why the top engine move right here is b4. You know, creating a fianchetto on b2. After that, rook c1, rook d1, so it looks like everything is totally good for the white. But generally, the position is equal. As for the second board, Gira Olga plays white and Harikrishnan Ara plays black. So 1 hour 1 minute and 59 minutes for black. It means they spending a lot of time in the opening details. Very interesting. The symmetrical pawn structure, maybe b4 and b5 the idea, I'm not sure. For example, knight b6, queen go away somehow, to b5. This square is potentially interested for the knight. a6 was in the game, a6. b5 is the idea, right? Maybe it's more, subtle to create a c4 square for the knight before the knight b6. Like if from b5, arrows can be clearer than my mouth, knight b6 and knight c4 in the end. So this square will be beautiful for the knight. b3, we're creating a hole on a3 after that move, so I am not sure. Computer recommends right here make a move like queen b3. Let's continue the idea. b5. I just trying to put this knight on the c4. a4 pawn break. For example, rook b8. a5, controlling this square, so it takes a lot of moves, this opportunity, and this knight from d7 can't go to the c4. So the evaluation is equal. 0 pawn 1 right now, so nothing special. Good idea for the white taking out our queen and f4, f5. So, like a draw. Let's looking at the third board, and problematic for the black. The position is not very easy, but from my first sight I can see the position with opposite side castlings, of course. So speed is decisive. White trying to create an attack on the king side, black is trying to create a counterattack on the queen side. Rook b8, maybe with knight a4 ideas, who knows. But in any case, white has a pair of bishop advantage right here. White have a more space. I'm not sure. Maybe we should calculation, not just feeling. Like my feelings is the white's position has more space. But right now, let's try to be more specific and calculate something. For example, g5. Trying to create something here. Knight a4 with a counterattack. Bishop b3 with interposing the b file. Knight c5 with counter threat. For example, takes. Continue idea with h5 and g6. Computer says the position is equal. You made a mistake, Dasha. Dasha, it's me. So, for example, right here, it's a bad idea. After the rook g1, we have a 0.0 evaluation, but after king b1, we have a totally different situation. It's very strange, because right here, it looks like our king on c1 is, more safe, because pin in the square, you need to calculation, a lot of variations, but right here, nobody can make the check for him, so it's really unclear. Okay, bishop b3 prefers white in the real game, so it's a prevention to the arrows can show anything for you, and maybe this is a new idea with a5 and a4. But the point is, this square is better for the knight than like a song. Perfect. So square for the knight, not for the king. Not for the pawn. I finished the sentence. I am a successful commentator, as I know. What about black's ideas? Maybe c5 is prohibited. c5, c4 is interesting, but prohibited because somebody should protect the central square. What else? For example, bishop f6 right now is a top engine move. But the point is, we lost a tempo after g5 and bishop e5. Maybe it might be dangerous for the black. But okay, the whole position is dangerous for the black, because, as I said before, the evaluation is in the white's favor. Okay, let's check the last board in this important match. Kabanov Nikolai plays white and Rahul Vaz plays black. So 0.0 in the free lines of engine. f3 is interesting. What about g3? g3 is a blunder, of course. Thank you, I predict that. But f3 with g3 with f4, it can be. For example, let's try to do it. Knight f4, takes, king f2 with double rooks or something like that. So there is no place to create something new for the both sides. Three equalities and one advantage of the Indian team, like in our previous time that we analyzed these positions. So nothing was changed. Everything is hard for the Yugra team players. As you remember, if this match will end with a draw, the Indian team will take the third place. So it's a high stakes match. That's the reason why I find this, choice of the opening is very strange for the Yugra team. Maybe it's just, chess is chess, everything can happen, but strange. Ladno. Ladno is a Russian word, not English. I want to be English, so ladno is something like well. You can remember it. And now one more Russian word, learning in the process. Okay, let's continue our discussion and go on to the match between Uzbekistan Chess Club and Hangzhou of China. What's happening here? The first board was finished with a draw. I showed you this position. The second board is ongoing. Interesting. It was a great advantage of white after this knight g5. but in the game was bishop c4. It's totally okay. Knight g5 right here. This idea is idea. This idea remains. So e3 counterattack and e4. What about a fork? It was a threat. It is a threat. Why nobody do nothing? We haven't a way to protect from this idea. Really? Okay. No. I'm not sure, but I want to check. For example, if I just trying to keep my, rook alive and go into the corner. Rook e6, okay, I'm just pretend to be a very modest person. Queen f5. And the attack is heating up. And knight goes to g5 and all of the threats. Oh. So it's worse for the black. It's the reason why in the real game they prefers to sacrifice the rook. After e4 they just clear this diagonal and e5 square for the other pieces. But after knight e6 the position is so hard for the black. Totally hard. Because white has an extra material, white has an extra pawn right now on the b5, and it will be the next portion of extra material. So very difficult to the black. Let's check the third board. So Azizov Sadullah plays white right here, and Hong Minzhen plays black. Trade-off on the e6 was the last wise decision. But the whole situation was better for black after the knight takes e6. This is the threat. For example, goes away and takes. The main idea of black right here is knight takes d4, takes. This is the threat. So bishop d3 isn't working because of e5. The main idea is e4. Lot of problems for white, but it's hard to calculate. It's so simple when you use an engine like me, but in the real game we have a different situation. I hope so. So f takes e was in the game, maybe with a5 idea, but after knight f3 computer says a half of an hour, I wanted to say, but no, a half of a pawn in white's favor, because now we are controlling the e5 square. For example, knight d7 preparation with preparation of e5, but knight g5. One more counter strike and you should go away. So white might fix the repetition of the position and might not to fix. It's up to them, but right now this position is live. So the last black's turn, the last was bad. Perfect. My commentating getting better and better with every minute as I feel, but okay, you will get used to it. It's just a style. My severe Siberian style. As for the last board in this match, so Wang Yinyo plays white, Abdullayev Muhammad Rahim plays black. The last move was taken on d5 by the queen and look like sequel, because the number of pieces is the same, the pawn structure is symmetrical. After this trade-off, for example, bishops will be, similar. Every bishop has a diagonal for working, this working bishop, this working bishop with some threats. So, everything. Stop. As for the extra pawn, by the way, in this position, interesting news. White has an extra pawn on the e file. How I can forget about that? I want to check where it became. It was an Isolani on the d file. And after the knight b3 and bishop b6, this pawn is lost. So everything is lost. It's just a variation. Now this position is live, but. In human, in human game, an extra pawn in the end game means a lot. Computer decided that it means nothing because now we have a pairs of bishop and a lot of tactical shots maybe or something else, and computer found the compensation. But we are human beings. We like some extra pawns in the endgame. Maybe the position is better for white than the computer says. Interesting, interesting. Let's move on. So, the next match is a match between Astana and Yugra Chess Academy. The first board was finished with a draw. It's a perpetual check with some sacrifices. Very interesting thing, and we've seen it before. As for the rest of the boards, let's start from the second. As predictable. Vitohin Savo plays white. Aitbayev Aslan plays black. The pawn structure is symmetrical. The number of pieces, minor and major, is equal. The whole situation looks like similar. You know, some small differences between our sides. For example, this bishop, this pawn on the f-file, and this knight. So, that means nothing. I can tell you, that position is equal. What about plans? It's a good question. Maybe interesting plan for the white is going here. No, maybe not. Let's check it. For example, the last move was king h1. It looks like we are really don't know what to do the next. What about this maneuver? I want to check it. For example, rook c8. I want to go here. Maybe f4 is better than g3, because we made a threat. Takes, and voila, we have a pair of bishop advantage. Good for the white. Why not? So this move was for maybe made these ideas without checks. Because, just my imagine, but who knows. If we're starting right now from knight f4, our opponent can respond with bishop with battery on this diagonal. And the taking is prohibited for us because of intermezzo, the right term for this tactic. So knight, king h1, and after that taking on e6. Black has an extra pawn. That's the reason why we're going away from the g1. Anyway, the good is good. The good is good. The move is good. Whatever. Sometimes my English grammar became strange. Maybe the whole time, who knows. But the first thing is emotions, right? To be, horrible. Not horrible, horrible, when you can hear it without stress. So it's a difference, but Akhmetov Ayan plays white, Grebnev Alexei plays black. Something strange right here. Maybe we have Lichess problems, maybe it's about healthy problems, maybe something else. But it looks like black's time is running out. 5 only minutes. How it's working? Maybe it's technical issues with electronic boards or electronic clock or something else. I don't know, but really last hour black just sitting. So it's not last hour and half an hour, so 90 minutes, nothing is changed. So you can see 4 minutes, 26 seconds for what? What is it? Maybe after that something will be more clear for us. For example, if move done in the board, I can see that, or time is running out and we will have the result near the surname or something else, exceptional, descriptional, something new in this question, because right now it seems like He just sitting and doing nothing, and his teammate doing nothing, and nobody doing nothing because of this question. 3 minutes in the clock. After the 1 hour and 30 minutes in total in the last round. Okay, I really understand nothing in this situation, but I can move on my analysis. So, Pershinsky Bogdan plays white, Koshgan Bayerkin plays black, and as engine says, the compensation getting bigger. So, as you remember, after f3, white has a rook and black has a bishop against the rook. The pair of bishops, the center, the advantage of developing all of this stuff. So h5, trying to create a counterattack in the king side, goes here, using a pin. Maybe it's not the good solution, and h4. Looks like logical move. h3, and it's very, you know, how it called? I want to check, just to use the right word right now, describing this situation. This pawn is nasty for the white. Nasty pawn for white, but brilliant pawn for the black. Okay, got it. So, in the game it was g takes h. Brave decision, because we are destroying our pawn structure near the king, but maybe it's a third extra pawn in this situation. Okay. While in this game 2 minutes remains, I just, you know, one of my eye looking at the board and the another one looking at this game, you know, to change something. Something can be changed or not. Maybe it was a draw like an hour ago, but nobody fixed it in the board. Things happen, we know that. But okay, let's do what? Let's go on. Our next point is the match between Zandan Shatar Chess Club and Sport Club KPRF, and we will start from the first board. So, Basan Surendran plays white, and Artemiev Vladislav plays black. So, right now, after Queen b4, computer recommends make this idea with bishop f5, as I can at with bishop f8. As I see in the game, the idea with bishop f8 will be later. After the 13th move, black trying to trap white's queen. But white have an opportunity to solve this problem. The top engine move right now, right here, is a knight takes d7. Right? Knight takes d7. And queen has a a4 square to escape from the problems. This maybe this board is empty right now or not. 4 seconds, 0 second. So if it was really time trouble, that will be 1 point to the white, 0 point to the black. So it's not our particular case. It means something different. Okay, new information about that game. As for here, right now, so position is equal. Takes, and go away to the light squares. Maybe white delays castling, and h5 is a strange idea, but nothing critical so far. Okay. As for the second one, Matlakov Maxim plays white, Gunbayar Mogmar Suran plays black. And it looks like white lost the advantage. So, if I remember right now, the white's advantage is look like the whole pawn. 1 pawn and something. But Attack, attack, queen go away. The advantage is like 2 extra pawns for the white. Not very good decision. Let's find the computer, the top engine move, to understand how game can unfold right here. A3. Maybe the before is our top idea. It's a strange. H3. What? I don't believe him. So A3 and H3, 2 top engine moves, thank you, but it's not, it's impossible for human beings. So bishop d6, rook is going away, offering a trade, and knight goes to e5. Trade-off, trade-off, something like rook takes e5 maybe, and pawn takes e5, and e6. Of course, it's a blunder from the black side. Of course, they should go not on d7, maybe to d5. But our game is continuing. White has a space advantage in the center, maybe a pair of bishop advantage. So black should be careful about that. Okay. Right now, this position in the game, white prefers to take in on e5 by a pawn. On e5, okay, something. The interesting situation. Only one move for black, keeping inequality, and it's an untypical move. Counter-attack with bishop f5. Very dangerous thing, because this idea remains, and white can make new ideas here and here. But as computer says, after the knight e4, I just want to check if I take here. Knight d2, yeah. Our rook on f1 is trapped, and also it's a fork to the bishop, and then you can understand it by my arrows. So this threatens more difficult for the white than for a black. Got it. So right here, after the bishop f5, the top engine move for white is bishop d3. With interposing and counterattack, we are controlling the e4 square, knight d5 for example, and the game is continuing after that. We have a bishop against a knight, so everything is equal, but maybe white has a better chances. Right here, who knows? This position is live, so black is thinking. Yeah, it was in the game. Bishop f5, they are found it. Interesting. Black kept their equality. As for this third board, wow. Black has a great, really huge advantage, like 4 pawns. I want to analyze it. It was a not equal position. No, black has an advantage after 14 moves. What about this position? It's equality. So I want to learn how you can find a great advantage in so small period of the game. Okay, takes. White has an only one move to continue playing it with equality by knight taking. This taking is better. Takes and everything is okay, but not okay, not totally okay. Only queen takes on c4. Really unclearly for me, but computer recommends it. And after the bishop takes c4, the situation is different. Takes here, takes, and the whole 2 pawns in the black's favor right here. So bishop d7. What's the problem? Okay, I got that I can't make a short castling because of the square on this diagonal. Easy. But if I just go away from this line, queen a6 and bishop b5 preventing my short castling. Got it. So that's the idea. In the game, white preferred a bishop c7 and b6, just interposing. Our queen remains on f5. Okay, bishop goes away, knight d5, improving the attack opportunities. e4, it was a bad decision, but trying to create a counterattack, and rook c8. Queen goes away to e2, and the next move for black is bishop b5. What's a game? Really, I'm enjoying the analyzing of these opportunities, these ideas for black. All of pieces are working, all of ideas are really attacking with a lot of energy from the black. I think it's perfect. So, for example, bishop b5, queen go away, and after that f5, f6, sorry, f6 for queen c3. But why we can do it right now? For example, this is checkmate, sorry. Interposing from a checkmate, it's logical thing, and made the checkmate into a threat. No, it's not a threat. This capture is prohibited because of opening an e-file for the rook. Oh, it was in the game, bishop b5, yeah. I just want to find the outcome of this attack. So, how it should end it, you know? f6, it wasn't the game. So everything like from my analysis, okay, f6. What will be happen next move? I just want to see it. So this idea is not very good maybe, but trade-off of course, but all the central structures is ruins, and white's problem that the king stays in the center. So they can't let it be in their game. What's our opportunities to keep the position? If we go away, just here is prohibited because of the checkmate in these lines. Got it? So after the queen c3, that's my question. Is there a threat or not? For example, rook b1. Oh, just going from the unguarded corner. One more threat. Wow. Takes. Only one move. Bishop from this side. Rook b3 and takes. And takes. And liner mat in the next moves. Wow. This game is perfect. As for me, of course. Yeah. Let's continue our analyzing. So, the fourth board in this match. Okay, Malakhov Vladimir plays white, and Ktul Altanulzi plays black. This d6 pawn looks like a weakness in the black's camp, but no, the computer says yes, it's really a weakness, and white is exploiting it by space advantage, by bad word from their black. Of course, they're trying to interpose in something, but if you interpose one diagonal, you open another, and the black squares for the queen, and the d8 square for the second rook, so our attacking is continuing. The evaluation is half of a pawn in white's favor, but I can evaluate it like a bigger advantage. Because white has a simple plan. It's really important in the game when you have a simple plan with your minor pieces, major pieces, you know, weaknesses of opponent and something like that. So the next move is rook c goes to d1, maybe king go away from this diagonal, maybe knight on e4 to trading off something and make this square weaker for the black. A lot of good opportunities. So this game is winning. Yeah, queen c3 was in the game, so everything like I checked in the computer. So just without mistakes. Queen c3 and minus 7.5 of a pawn is evaluation. Wow. Okay, let's continue. Let's return to our first match between Airport Authority of India and UGRA, because this match is very important for us today. It determined the third place. Okay. It looks like the advantage of white is getting less right now. So, if you want to do it, Strange. Oh, no. I thought that something was, in the wrong way. If you see... Okay. I just open it up one more time. I just won't open it up. Why not? Everything will be worked correctly. I hope so, and I believe in that way. So sometimes we put the, renew our page or our internet, but generally everything in the order. I hope. If everything, life is life, and also, But right now let's continue to analyze the game. So first board, Sankalp Gupta plays white, Lishona Kalia plays black, and it looks like the white's advantage is getting smaller, because in previous moves it was like solid with these ideas, like a half of a pawn, but right now one trade-off, another trade-off, knight e5 opportunity. Why computer never says something like goes to the attack with the queen h4? Why not? I just want to try it. For example, fianchet the bishop, and I want to make a threat. Computer says it doesn't make a sense because f4 is part of white's plan. But why? They created a weakness on f3, so we can go away and starting to make a threats here with our major pieces. So why not? There are a lot of reasons, computer says, but it is not working. Maybe only in one case, for example, after this blunder or something like that. It's not a blunder. I really don't understand something. I thought that this idea is... but g4. G4, okay, just my fantasy. Even my fantasy isn't working. Very unfair. But okay. So it's starting to build the battery on this diagonal. Maybe after g3 it will be a better square for the bishop on f3 and working to the king. So the situation is improving for the black. As for the second board, Gira Olga plays white, Hari Krishnamara plays black. The evaluation is totally equal. Of course, white controls the only open line in the game, c-file. But the computer says it is not enough, so rook goes to c8 with a trade-off here, takes, or rook g7. By the way, rook takes on c8 is a bad move for black, because this pawn is unprotected, and after the trade-off everything will be lost. So king g7 is so better than my previous attempt, but right now computer recommends us to go away to g7 or to c3. It's my arrows saying my thoughts clearer than my mouse. So it's a typical situation for chess players. Please be careful. And what? And what you need to be? I just want to find this word. You need to be patient. Of course, patient. Perfect adjective to describe our situation. So it was a queen c7 move with the idea of taking. Trade-off is only way for the black, as I think, right here, because our opportunities is big. So after the trade-off, white has an endgame with the active rook on c7. Good for them. Why not? Okay. Now black's turn, black's thinking, but they really can't go away because of unguarded rook. So something like takes, and we are continuing. Let's check the third board. So the black's position, as computer evaluated, is improving. After our previous analysis, I said that everything is better for the white, because white has a pair of bishop and they're first starting the attack on the opponent's king. But right now, c3. Maybe the whole evaluation is changed. It's a strange to human, to be honest. Can you imagine g5, big advantage, our attack is perfect, so everything is perfect for the white, and h5, equality. So big difference between g5 and h5, it's hard to human brain, okay? So h5 is a blunder for some reason, and h6 is a black response. So c3 maybe to trying to build a battery on this diagonal with this idea. But everything is good for the black. But they should be careful. One of the variations is knight d7, knight f6 to control the squares. It's unclear for me because we can capture this knight by this idea. Okay, the only move for black is sacrificing an f pawn. Okay. Sacrificing means sacrificing, but g file is opened. Okay, evaluation like -0.3 in this situation. Very strange, but we can live with that. So black prefers bishop g5 right here. Maybe some trade-off will simplify the position and everything will be easier. Who knows? And white responses rook h2 e1, protecting their bishop. Okay, the evaluation is equal, totally equal, I mean 0.1 or something like that. And let's look at the last board. So right here Kabanov Nikolai plays white and Rahul Vaz plays black. The both opponents spending their time and have a 40 minutes in their clocks. Interesting. So, what about pawn structure? Question that we need to discuss. h4 was the last move for the white. Maybe it's a way to create a good square for the king. You know, control the h3 pawn, the h3 fair. Interesting. So, computer really recommends h4 move. He says it's a top engine move. But our next plan is rook d2 and king f2. Unpredictable thing, because it looks like we go from this side to the other side. Okay, I just want to ask, if I start from this idea, like rook d2. Rook g5. Rook g5 is a nasty move for the white, because we need to protect our central pawn from these threats. It looks like logical to make a prevention with h4 move, you know, controlling the square against the rook, and one pawn help the other pawn. You know, this move is prohibited, so our pawn stays in safety and nobody can attack her. But we are prevent the good maneuver for the rook. So the situation is equal, maybe more equal for white than for black. You know, this joke from whatever. 0 pawn free. In white's favor, it means something very small, really nothing. Okay, just now I can count the chances in this game, in this battle, in this match like an equal chances, because in all 4 boards we have an evaluation like 0.2 or 0.3, nothing more bigger than 0.3. So we have a, you know, very interesting battle, because now the champion in this match take the 3rd place and the loser take the 4th place. Very big difference. As for commentator, it's really interesting to look at that. But you can feel the frustration and tension and, you know, anxiety near the games, because high stakes. Game with high stakes. Okay, let's look at the next match right now. So, Uzbekistan Chess Club and Hangzhou of China fighting each other. The first board was finished with a draw. What about the second board? So, Chen Yinin plays white and Chen Yinin has an extra pawn. Abduhakimov Akbarali plays black and his position is better, as computer says. So, they turn the table somehow. It's interesting. Right now, the evaluation is 2 pawns 4 in white's favor. But after this idea, knight f4 I mean, the evaluation is minus 1 pawn and 1. You know, it's a black favor. So, after the knight fg4, this idea is very dangerous for the white. And this pawn is unprotected. For example, after rook e1, queen h4, h3 is opportunity, of course, but sacrifice the rook. For what reason? One question, sorry. And queen g3. And this problem is unsolved. There is explanation of everything here. Wow, 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 wow. So, white's position was perfect, but right now it can be difficult. In the real game, white preferred the queen c3 move, and in the top engine move, they was right. So, all ideas was changed. Now I want to explain to you this thing, and explain to me also. So, right now, this threat isn't working. After h3, black hasn't a way to continue their attacking. But made a sacrifice. The only move, the second check, going away. Bishop e5 is a skewer. What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? So, the variation with going away by the queen is losing after this pawn. And knight e6 right here. So, knight e6 the top engine move for the white, and the evaluation is just 1 pawn in black's favor. For example, takes. We are threatening to return our queen back, for example, trying to interpose. Takes, and the situation is equal. You know, imbalanced position, unequal, very unequal, but really rook and a bishop for white and a queen for black, but this pair of bishop is very strong, so it's somehow compensating. Okay. So, in the second board is happening very strange things. Let's look at the third board. Maybe we continue our emotion of surprise. In the third board, Azizov Sadullah plays white and Hong Minzhen plays black. The number of pawns is equal right now, but the last move will make a threat on the d5 square in the center. So, the only one more time, the only one move for black is queen c6, protecting this pawn. And the game continues as equal, but the rest of the moves, for example, e6, this pawn is problematic. Okay, we can explain it, so everything is logical. Black has 2 problems right here in this time, so it was a double attack. And they should protect everything by the queen from c6. Okay, natural move. I take my word back. a3. What's happening today? Everyone trying to find something counterattacking, so lots of sacrificing, lot of strange choices, very interesting, but how they don't afraid of doing that? a3. The position is better for the white after the rook b1. So, one more major pieces is trying to open and ruin everything. This pawn is unguarded. So, lot of problems, for example, double tower pawn here. And the square going to the b7, the position of white is better. Okay. Right now, after rook b1, really white's position is better. Without, something. Yes, it was in the game, so this position is live and black is thinking. Okay, let's check the last one board. So Wang Yinyo plays white and Abdullayev Muhammad Rahim plays black. Now, to the diversity, right here is equality. So, no sacrifices. But white has an extra pawn. So I'm not sure about the equality. Computer says equality because black has enough compensation for that. Maybe after the central knight from e5, maybe something else. h6 is equality too. But I think the main reason is the depth of the engine. So the depth right now is 18 or 19. It's a very small numbers. Because it means that computer count only in 10 moves ahead. It's a really small number. So of course we can't capitalize our extra pawn by the 10 moves. But if we, improve, enlarge our depth of engine, this evaluation must be changed. So I'm not sure about these ideas. The computer is perfect with working with the calculations ideas, because he count 10 moves, it's usually enough. But as for positional things, I don't believe him totally. So, this position in the game live, white is thinking, after 2 hours of playing, 3 games was finished. The third one, this idea after the knight e3 that I show you, white resigned, and it's really a brilliant game from Pankratov Pavel. Congratulations for him. So, after 2 hours, we have 2 draws and 1 perfect victory, and now we will have a short break. After that, we will continue our stream. But right now, small pause to drinking a coffee, So I'm ready to continue. 2 hours of our stream is back, 2 hours or more is ahead, so it's like a quarter of the last round. So let's continue our discussion about games. We are stopped at the match between Astana and Yugra Chess Academy, so I suggest to continue from this match. The first game was finished with a draw in the first hour, we remember that. And right now let's look at the second game. So Vitohin Sava plays white, Aitbayev Aslan plays black, and the situation is interesting. White is trying to find something and creating and attacking ideas on the king side. So it can be dangerous sometimes because we push our pawns near the king ahead, but who knows? There is a rule. We can play by our pawns near the king when we control the center or when our center is closed. So right now we have the same options. White controls the center enough and the center is closed. So it's not very dangerous because nobody from black's camp can try to attacking white's king. Everything is okay. Only one question? No, it's not a question. Of course, after bishop takes h2, it will be trade-off here and not f4. I thought about f4 to interpose, and this makes advantage for the white. But the best way here is just queen takes h6 with a threat and a double attack. So, after bishop h4, black responds with knight h7, just going away from the threat. It seems like a logical thing. Maybe rook c1 made our position better, as computer recommends. Maybe something else, but I just want to try. I want to continue my attack, so what about g5? Bad, very bad. It's unfair. Let's try. Okay, trade-off, 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 trade-off. This pawn is really not a problem because of f4 opportunity. So I want to go with rook g8, g1, made a battery and trying to attack. And who can tell me that it's a bad idea? Nobody. So right now, yeah, computer changed his mind, really. It was a joke from my side. I thought that he can learn me when I was wrong, but right here he says, okay, after rook c1, for example, we have 0 pawn free. After g5, we have minus 0 pawn 3, but the difference is really small in these variations. It means we can do it, if we want, of course. I'm not sure it's a good decision in the real game, because in the real game, you know, they have a responsibility for the result. Expect of me, not expect of me, despite of me, whatever. I haven't responsibility for my variation and I can just check. And even if I made a lot of mistakes in one variation, the main, task is just show you where is mistakes and how we should solve it. But in the real game, the different situations. I still can't see the third board in this match. The game between Akhmetov Ayan and Grebnev Alexei. It's hidden from Lichess for some reason, so really it's not a situation when the black's time is run out, so it will be strange if it's true. But something is happening right now, and after c3 all moves are we cannot see it. So just let's look at the fourth board. If we cannot, why not? Life is a strange thing. So the compensation of black makes bigger, but the point is right now they should make a trade-off and take this rook. So we have an end game with good opportunities of black, I think. This extra pawn on h4 is not really an extra pawn, it's just a weakness, doubled pawn. But as for the rook on the open file, it's a good idea for the black, so we cannot prevent this movement, whatever. Rook c2. So computer recommends f4 right now. Maybe, but I want to check to the end, so just made the threat. Take, bishop g3, take here. This rook is more active, but the rook endgame, as you know, is most drawish endgame from the whole, list. Yeah, I am just checked. Nothing here was right at whatever. This position stays right now in the board, and black really decided to trade the queens. It was a right decision from them. So e takes d, bishop takes f1, yes. It is continuing in the real game, so everything as expected. If we're trying to calculate the chances in this match, let's start from the beginning. First board is a draw, the third one we don't know what's happening here. It looks like very strange, but sometimes it's just technical issues with Lichess. Okay, got it. The second one is an equal, and the fourth one, is an equal position too. So the result is, we don't know, it might be 2 point, or so everything. Okay, and now time to look at the last match between Zandan Shatar Chess Club and Sport Club KPRF. Let's start from the first board. The third board was ended with the victory of Sport Club KPRF, but the other of 3 boards is ongoing right now. So, what's happening here? Barasan Suren Erden plays white and Artemiev Vladislav plays black. This knight is perfect here, and maybe after b5 it will be the more perfecter, even if we made something wrong. Whatever, I just trying to, I don't want what I'm trying, but it's not our case. Our case is chess. So this knight has a strong outpost on c4, and rook and pawn protect him. So what about h-file? Only one question. Looks like dangerous for the black. After this trade-off, takes here by the h-pawn. Yeah, computer says black made a right decision after that, takes by the h-pawn and make a strong knight on the c4. Looks like these two details, this one detail and this two detail, compensating each other, and that's the reason why we have a 0.2 in the evaluation. In black's favor, by the way. So everything is good for them. Okay, but as you know, of course, 0 point something is not a really big advantage. It's just a, ghost of advantage. At the second board in this match, Matlakov Maxim plays white, Gunbayar Mogmar Suren plays black, and something has happened. So, pair of bishop from the white, this pawn in the e5, but black's pieces stay near the white king. What does it mean? Let's analyze. Computer says 0.0 in the whole 3 lines. So his thought is we have only equal position without something. But we are humans, and sometimes we can find details that can change our mind. Okay, rook ad8 is a top engine move right here. Queen g6, maybe with some threats. For example, after queen g6, no, it's not a threat because of bishop e4, but who knows. For example, a3, okay, a5, nothing, just the equality in this game. So black has controlled everything. Black managed to equalize the position after the hardest times. So congratulations for them, and game is continuing. As for the last one, the fourth board right here, wow, d6 pawn, knight on b5, looks like very dangerous for black. Let's try to calculate right here. So, the last move was c takes d6, right? White has three defenses right here, so this is prohibited, of course. Something on d6 is prohibited, so the only move for black, the only option for black is going away by the bishop. For example, going away. So, white has an extra pawn, d6, passed pawn, 2 squares to promoting. The black queen should blocked it. That's a dirty work for queen. Queen doesn't like this thing. So, rook takes on e5, the second extra pawn. And in this position, this knight is unguarded. Lot of space in the center. It looks like white have everything in this position. To be honest, all of advantage only for them. Interesting. So whatever. Not whatever. I want to say my thoughts. So this situation in match is not a surprise, because really before this game, Sport Club KPRF, as I said before, take the first place, and Zandan Chess Club, Mongolian Club, takes the 8th place. So it's a big difference between them, and maybe we expected like this result. So you can ask me what means this. This word doesn't exist. I answer you that it's my style. Every mistake is not a mistake. It's just a way to, way of living. Let's go to the first match between Airport Authority of India and Yugra. The most decisive match in this round, because other commands really can imagine about a place. So, Sport Club KPRF and Yugra Chess Academy, it will be the first and the second place, really 99%. As for the teams from fifth place to the 8th place, they will be in the 5th place and the 8th place. So, only Airport Authority of Yugra, and one more attempt. Breathe, one more breathe, and we are continuing. So, only these two teams, Airport Authority of India and Yugra, can change their places in the last round. So, that's the reason why this match is so important for them and for us. Also for us, of course. Let's start to analyzing. All 4 games are ongoing right now, so we will start from the first. In the first game, Sankalp Gupta played with Ilyushenko Ilya, and the computer evaluates this position like a 0.9, so it's almost a whole pawn to the white's advantage. Let's think what the reason. So, 2 strong bishops in the center. I can look at that. This pawn chain blocked the dark bishop, but all light diagonal is opened for everyone. So. G4, computer recommends. And after bishop f7, rook f3, with the idea of maneuver to the h file. Seems interesting. Very interesting for them, so we are protected our pawn. In any case, What else? G5 is the idea. For example, after knight d6, the engine recommends make a g5 pawn break right here. Because of h file, this pawn can't budge, so for example this pawn too. Our diagonal is open, so rook h3, this red is hard for the black. So very difficult situation for Ilya, who plays black right now. After g4, the idea of white is very scary for the black's king. Really? Perfect word. Describe everything. So, as for the second board, Gira Olga plays with Hare Krishnan Ara in the second place. So right now the evaluation is equal 0.0. The first line of engine right here is a e5 because black's turn. I forget to set about that. So this is a attempt to open a e5 square for the king. It's a knight for the knight. So whatever, bad idea for the not it's okay idea for white to take in here. Maybe we can ignore it, we can take it. The evaluation is the totally same, 0.1 or 0.0 without changes. So maybe this endgame will be long because white wants to win. I know it exactly. That's the reason why they will try to use them bishop against knight. As you know, if our play happens in the both sides of the chessboard, usually your bishop is stronger than the opponent's knight because you has control, you can control the squares in the other sides of the board. So, well, we are continuing. Equality right here, and let's look at the third board. Harshavardhan plays white, Pridorozhny Alexei plays black, and it was something strange. So, right now the evaluation is equal, but after rook db7, the advantage of white is getting bigger, like a half of a pawn. Rook e2. The computer says it's a mistake. Maybe because of the hard endgame, so rook e3 is the only move right here. F takes e3, takes here. This pawn structure is damaged. e4, lots of trade-offs. Sorry, of course. This is discovered attack with bishop a6. That's the point. So it's a hard pin? No. Rook d2 isn't working because of rook d8, but you can take the central pawn using this pin, and the situation is 2 pawns in white's favor somehow. We have an equal number of pawns, but our bishop is better than opponent's knight, and this doubled pawn on the king side can be weak. So that's the reason. Now this position is live after g takes 5. So white is thinking, but computer is sure that the e4 move right here is better than the rest of moves. Really strong better. I want to show you with intonation. Better. I hope I done it. So e4. As for the last game, what's happening here? Kabanov Nikolai plays white and Rahul Vaz plays black. So white is trying to do something. h4 pawn is staying here very good. Our knight on f4 and bishop on d3 is more active piece than black's, but the evaluation is just 0.2. So nothing specific for the white. And if we're trying to count chances of the teams, it looks like in this match right now we have 2 equalities and 2 advantages of Indian team, so they have more chances after the first and second hour of playing. Okay, got it, and we can move on. So the second match is a match between Uzbekistan Chess Club and Hangzhou of China. Let's check it, starting from the second board, because the first one finished with a draw. Chen Yinin plays white, and white has an extra pawn. Abdulhakimov Akbarali plays black, and black has a great position, maybe even checkmates ideas. For example, if you're trying to go from the check, like king h4, it will be finished with the problems. Bishop made the check on e7, The only move for the king is going away, because after king h5, I'm not sure, I'm totally not sure. King haven't squares to escape, and it is checkmate into after the deflection. So, made a check, go away on g3, and it was a discovered attack. Just an extra piece for the black, and the attack is continuing. So, very problematic situation for the white. And right here, the top engine move is just sacrificing a rook, because we haven't other options. Takes and takes here, trying to find a compensation. Yeah, it was in the game, and black responds to rook e2 right here. So, this pawn is unguarded, lot of troubles. It's a double attack to the king, to the bishop, whatever, very hard for the white to continue this game. So, Chen Yining has a problem in this battle. Okay, let's move on. The third board, Azizov Sadullah plays white with Hong Minzhen, who plays black. Interesting pawn on A file. One of them is extra pawn, but it looks like they don't live, happy and long. Long, maybe. Long, no. Okay, as for other details in the position, let's be accurate. So, bishop, pair of bishop has black, but center is closed. It may be better for the black. Right now, computer sometimes says that position is not so equal. Black has some advantage after c5, exactly c5, just gaining the space on the center. Takes here, trade-off. g5 for some reason, maybe to... g5 is interposing a diagonal, to make our bishop free, and after the something like that, trying to thread this pawn. In previous time, without g5, it's not working, because h6 pawn is unguarded, and bishop continuing to attack her. But right now, for example, let's try rook c1, rook a7, this pawn are losing, this bishop are threatening on c3, so lots of problems for the white. Plenty of. So after bishop, in this position you can't imagine it like equal and equal. But if we try to continue our operation, something can be changed. Looks like the Hong Minzhen has a better position than his or her teammate. Okay, let's look at the last one board. So Wang Yinyo plays white, Abdullayev Muhammad Rahim plays black. It's a match between Uzbekistan Chess Club and Hangzhou of China, I want to remind you. So, right now white has an extra pawn, and that's the reason why they have an advantage. But after f6, black made some small trap. Of course, bishop g4, because our queen is stuck on the edge of the board. It's dangerous. The top engine move right here is h3 move, with preventing bishop g4, of course. So now in this position everything is okay for the black and for the white. For the white firstly, for the black not really. So f6 is, protected there, central knight. Got it. So let's try to count chances. I like to do it. Maybe I'm not so linguistic girl that I think. Maybe sometimes I like math. Chances, statistics, percent. So let's do it. The first board was ended with a draw, as I said before lots of times. So we have only the rest of boards. The third one with an advantage of black, so Uzbekistan's advantage. The third one with a small advantage of China, really small, we can call it like an equality, but who knows? Something different, and the fourth board with Chinese advantage, very small. So the situation is Chinese team has one big advantage, and no, my mistake. In opposite, or not? One more attempt, please. Yeah. The Uzbekistan team has one big advantage, and the Chinese team has two small advantages, so maybe it's compensating each other somehow, maybe not, so the result can be any result. Let's continue. Our next step is a match between Astana and Yugra Chess Academy. So, the first board was finished with a draw. The third board is hidden from us after the c3 move. We don't know what's happening here. We have the last... it's the same? No. I just trying to, see on the screen and realize what's happening in the same this, but it's another battle, not mine. It's a battle between Indian team and Yugra Chess. And just Yugra, not Yugra Chess Academy. If you have joined us only in this stream, I want to remind you that in this tournament, Yugra has two teams. So just Yugra and Yugra Chess Academy is a different things exactly, so don't mix up. And the main Yugra in one word, just Yugra, right now is fighting with India to take the third place, and another Yugra Chess Academy team, they really, how it called, they guarantee the second place, or is some 1%, then they will have a first place. They have secured, I remember this word, have secured, it means like. So, very informal sentence, and now we are continue to analyzing the games. So, the match between Astana and Yugra Chess Academy. The second board, Vitohin-Savo plays white, his opponent is Aitbayev Aslan. And their advantage of white is getting bigger, to be honest. I remember that 5 moves ago they tried to create a kingside attack with their pawns. It was bishop h4, equality, but after the trade-off our h-file for the rook became opened. And it was a mistake. Okay, just clear the h1 square and knight g5. Computer says everything is totally good for the white. For example, after knight f4 or something like that. Yeah, it was in the game just after my arrow, in the same moment. So interesting. Bishop f7 looks logical. But lot of ideas connected with the light squares in this diagonal. For example, bishop b1 and queen d3 or queen c2. Yeah, it was in the game, so I'm a predictor. Not. Predictor is it's from the movie. How it called? Whatever. Predator from the movie. Predictor is okay in our case. It's a different words. Predator and predictor, so don't mix up, okay. My typical things in the English language, so I love English language, but sometimes words are so similar that I mix up and, using something like predator instead of predictor. Okay, let's check the first board in this match. So if right here white has a good opportunities to build a battery and using the H file and E file and something else. So good for them. The last one board is drawish thing. Perchinsky Bogdan plays white, he has an extra pawn and tried to use it somehow, but after bishop g5 there is no way, to keep this pawn alive and trying to do this. So white has an extra pawn, black has a compensation with their active pieces, especially rook on c3. So the evaluation in the all three lines is 0.0, so everything is okay for everyone. As for the chances, we don't know the chances. Right here, Sava Vitohin says stays, like in the board. Stays good. In the last one, like the drawish thing, but the third one is hidden, so that's the point. And let's go next. We are continuing. So I will just talk you about the names of the teams and names of the players, how I made it before. Okay, the next our match is Zandan Shatar Chess Club and Sport Club KPRF. Mongolia plays with Khanty-Mansiysk, Yugra, Russia. Okay. Our first board is better for the black because they reach their goals with knight c4. It was a long way. 2 maneuvers, all that maneuvers with a6, b5, protecting this knight in the outpost on the queen side. But whatever. h-file. Fail, it's my language. Sorry, just a joke. But h-file isn't working, especially after bishop in fianchetto, for example, or queen on the f6. So nothing dangerous for the black. For me, it is. For me, it's dangerous. But I believe the computer in the tactical questions, and he said that everything is totally okay for them. Okay? Okay means okay, without questions. So what about the plans? White takes on t4. Maybe it's interesting thing for the black is taken by the d pawn. So for me, it's like something unusual, because we are trying to put our pawns close to the center, from B to C. But right now, his suggestion is taken by this pawn. Maybe the idea is clear the d5 square for the knight. Who knows? It seems logical, but I'm not sure. For example, go d1, bishop returns to g7, protecting these squares. Okay, I just want to make a battery here. e5, ruin all the center, and this king on the e1 feels, bad. Okay, got it. So the point is, after the rook c4 is not so, it's not working like in our previous variation, but it's good for the black because right here they can start to ruin all of center after e5. e5 is a top engine move right now. D takes e5, knight takes e5 for example, and short castling d4. Oh my god. So for example, to continue my ideas, how I can continue my ideas, I don't know. Knight e2, protecting this square. Oh, check from this side. It's a problem, I agree with it. So what can I do? Short castling. h-file is nobody's right now, and d4 in any case, just to ruin everything. It's very hard for white to keep the position equal, because, for example, made a mistake and just a double attack in any case. So you lost your bishop. After the queen d1, it's now black's turn, so they're thinking. And right now, our time in the clock is running out somehow. For example, in this game, black has only 15 minutes in their clock. So that means something. Okay, as for this second board, Matlakov Maxim plays white, Gunbayar Muammar Suran plays black. We have an endgame with different bishops, opposite bishops, different color bishops, whatever. So that means that every attack, if you find a way to start an attack, will be harder, because you can make a threats in the color squares with your bishop. For example, if you're playing black and you're trying to make problems in the light squares, this bishop can't take in part of the event. But the evaluation right here is 0.0, that means nothing has happened, or both sides have enough resources to solve problems. 0.0. Okay, got it. As for the last game in this match, Malakh Vladimir plays white and Ktul Altanul Z plays black. And the evaluation is very good for the white. 1 extra pawn for them and 2 passed pawns. So interesting. Yeah, our last move, Queen F1, is protecting the unguarded knight on the b5. Black is trying to attack him and we are protected. For example, after trade-off, we'll trade by our queen because we want to promote d6 to the queen, and this pawn is blocking right here, right now, right, left, whatever. So, so. The evaluation is 1 pawn 5 to the white, in white's favor. Got it. So big chances to promote something. For example, if black doesn't react, just do something. We will be specific with the ideas, because one more advantage of white is a pair of bishop advantage. They can work together in the same team, so everything is good for the white in this game. So 2 points in this match. This point, not this point. So I forget the start of my sentence. Maybe it means that it's not very important sentence and we can continue. Or not. I want to finish that. Or I don't want. Dementia, dementia is a scary thing for everyone, especially for commentators. But life is life. Let's look at the most important match today. So, Air Force Authority of India is fighting with Ugra in the first match in our order of matches. So, the winner of this battle will have the 3rd place in the closing ceremony, and the loser will have only the 4th. So, lot of nervous and anxiety in these boards. Maybe not, it's just my imagination, but let's start from the analysis. So the first board is Sankalp Gupta plays with Lishonok Ilya, and right now position looks like better for the white because of the pair of bishops and space on the king side, but computer says that position is equal 0.2, so everything is under control for the both sides. Am I right? Maybe. This bishop on f5 is look like good. Let's check our opportunities. So, in previous analysis, g4 was a good move to the white, but right here, black has an opportunity to the counterattack after knight d6. So, takes. And you can't go out because of unprotected pawn. That's the point. For example, we're trying to defend something on f5, and after that, bishop goes away. So, rook f3, for example, previous thoughts. Scary maybe sometimes, but enough resources to solve all problems. This is computer's idea, made 2 trade-offs, to simplify our defense. For example, maybe something like that? Maybe. The advantage of white is less than half of a pawn, so everything is okay. Lots of opportunities to, continue the game. And we are watching at that, so as I said before, this match is very important for the ranking in the end of the tournament. Okay, what's happening in the second board? So Gira Olga plays white, Harukishin Nora plays black. It's an end game after the all major trade-off, so rook trade-off and queen trade-off. Only minor pieces remains, and our pawn structure is symmetrical, totally symmetrical. Nobody has the weaknesses. Maybe a5 look logical to, fix that weaknesses right here. And starting to maneuver to c5 square, but the point is Equality. Equality and equality. Maybe for grandmasters. Maybe they are looking at the situation like a different way and analyzing a different way. But for me, it's unclear right now. Of course, this knight can be trading. Takes, for example, takes. So you can put your knight on the c6, but in this time my king will be ready for controlling all the squares. b5 is controlled. Look like there's something equal. Okay, e5 was in the game, knight c8 was in the game too, so it's a live position right now. Interesting, interesting, but equality. Let's continue. The third one. Wow. Rook endgame, but very problematic for the black, as computer says. So right now black takes a knight on the c4 and black should takes here. After rook c4 and after pawn c4, let's check. No, in the game was taken by the pawn. What's the main problem? Okay, rook d6. Yeah, it was in the game. So f6 pawn will lost right now without chances to keep it, right? For example, rook c6, I can just take it with this rook. Am I right? Yeah, I'm exactly right. For example, takes. This pawn is a weakness. This idea for white is scary. For example, trying to find a counterattack. No, rook d4. So you can't make a check, because after that you haven't the chances to keep that. You should return, but after that, for example, a4, rook d5, fix that, fix it, fix here. It's very difficult rook endgame for the black. Of course, we know that typically rook endgame is the most drawish endgame, but in this position, like an exception. So it's a weakness, weakness and weakness. The whole pawn structure of black is totally weakness. Especially c4. Of course, we can explain the evaluation. So after rook d6, the position of black is so challenging to keep it, so I don't know how they can do it. Okay. As for the fourth board, Kabanov Nikolai plays white and Rahul Bayas plays black. Another equality. But the point is we have a team tournament. Team tournament. Of course, if we play an individual tournament, usually we, see at the position and agree a draw, for example, if the position is drawish. But right now, if in this game black will lose, the other of participants of this team should win somehow. But there are no chances to do it, as for me and computer right now. Maybe the things might be changed. Of course they might, because it's our life. Everything might be changed, everything would be changed. But right now it's like a Indian team has a big advantage right here and equalities on the other boards. On the other side, in our previous analysis, the situation was worse for the team Yugra because they have two problematic positions. Right now, just one problematic position. Maybe it means that something is improving. Who knows? Let's be positive for them. Or not to be. It's a personal choice. Okay. And the next our match, it's a battle between Uzbekistan Chess Club and Hangzhou of China, of course. The first board was finished with a draw, and we saw it lots of times. And then the second one. Chen Yinin plays white, Abduhakimov Akbarali plays black. Black has an extra rook against white's knight in the center, but white's trying to keep the position. Really, in the previous moves, the evaluation was so much bigger for the black. Or not. Maybe just here 2 pawns, and from 2 pawns we go to the 1 pawn in the black's favor. So all minor pieces controlling these squares, they're trying to create a blockade from these ideas. Pawn chain, so this dark bishop can't interfere to the battle because he stays on the dark square, so he can't help here. Maybe bishop f6? Oh, it's a mistake. My blunder last round, so forgive, forget. Of course, I discovered attack. So rook stays here and controlled the, basic pawn on b3. White's position is really improving than in previous times. So black sometimes kept the advantage, the evaluation like -1 pawn and something. But right now, after the rook e5, the evaluation is 0.9. So the things are improving for the white. As for this third board, let's check it. So Azizov Sadullah plays white, Hong Minzhen plays black. What's happening? 0.0 is happening. But for me, as for human, it's not so clear because we have a compensation position. Let's be English. We have a imbalanced position in some details. For example, in the center, black has a strong pawn chain that controls the light squares, but white's bishop can find another diagonal for working. As for the white's process counts. So, as for pluses from white's position, they has an A pawn, who a passed pawn, with an opportunity to go ahead with the helping from the bishop pair, maybe. So it seems like a good idea or not, because it's a protected passed pawn. I'm not sure about the equality at all, because this compensating details is really unequal for both sides. This knight can be good or bad. On d3 is better. So it's a starting of maneuver to using an outpost on the d3, so seems very logical from the black. Okay, knight d3 is the next move. Or what about a trade-off? Another variation. Maybe it will be enough for the draw, maybe not. Because now, of course, it's an opposite bishop endgame, but this pawn chain is really strong in the center. So all light squares are controlled by this pawn chain. Something must be difficult for the white. Yeah, it wasn't the game. White decided to choose this type of endgame. Maybe better for them, maybe not. We will look at after the final results. And as for the last board in this match, I want to remind you that it's a match between Uzbekistan Chess Club and Hangzhou of China. What's happening here? White has an advantage. This advantage is connected with a white's extra pawn. So computer says, let's just go away. Our queen on h4 will not very good, because there are a lot of threats from the knight, from the pawn, from the whole team. These ideas, no. Let's just go away on the e2, yes, and its variation was in the game really. So white responses with queen e2, with protecting the central pawns. Maybe the idea, I'm not sure, it's just imagination, maybe the idea is king h2 and f4 with controlling the center. Because you know the rule, if you have something extra, you should play it a lot of times. So white has an extra pawn e4. Let's try to create a passed pawn. Just firstly go away from the diagonal, here for example, and after that let's go f4, e5, creating a passed pawn, maybe threats for their opponent. Who knows, it can be more interesting. Maybe not. Let's try to do it in the game. For example, rook c8. King h2, yes, it's a second line from the engine. So, seems like logical. Trade-off, for example, without trade-offs. Black doing something, and we f4. Knight f5 and f4 to our ideas to improve the situation. So right now everything is good for the China team. So in our previous analysis, right here it was big advantage of the Uzbekistan chess player, and now two small advantages of China team player. To be honest, the same thing we can see right now. Maybe in the last board, the advantage of the Chinese player to be correct, yes, right, whatever. The advantage was improving sometimes, and right now evaluation is pawn.4. So, interesting. We were looking at that more times. But right now it's time to make a break. Before the break, I can tell you that now only 3 games was finished, 2 draws and 1 victory. Yes, the rest of games, 13 games, are ongoing right now, so we have enough material to discussing. But right now, let's take a break. And hello again! We are continuing the streaming of the seventh, the last round of Asian Chess Club Champions League. So, during I, said this sentence, our last game that we discussed was finished with a big blunder from the black side, so it was predictable because of the small time in the black's clock. Let's look at that. So, knight f8, whatever, knight here goes and make a threat for the black's queen. Go away, but look at that, only 34 seconds in the black's clock. So knight d5, the position getting better for the white, but after the knight f7, it's a blunder of, just a fork to the pieces. And bishop on g6 is lost after that idea. So black resigned, and it was the first point to the Chinese team. So interesting. Everything might be changed in every minute. I said here a lot of times, and this is true. So we are stopped at the match between Astana and Yugra Chess Academy. So let's continue to analyze it. First board was finished hours ago. As for the second one, Vitohin Savo plays white and Aitbayev Aslan plays black. What's happening? It's a game or not? The point is, in Lichess I have an orange square, to understand what's the position we have live right here. And maybe they analyze something. This variation with knight h3 is totally winning for the white. No, but how it works? Can it be? Okay, I just want to renew my page because it looks like someone else just make this variation in the game. Maybe Lichess in the end says something like, okay, I will double the page for you, two commentators, so it's not mine variation. Haha. Dangerous thing. But right now everything is good after my, renewing. So, white has 20 minutes in the clock, black has only 44 seconds, it's so small. So, rook d 8, not, it's 6, whatever's. Arrows is safe. My skill to find the right number is not very clear. So, the right way for white to capitalize the advantage is knight b7 right here. And after rook c6 goes to c5. Are you sure that its square is better than that? Maybe. It's a threat of a fork right here. But, okay, for example, I want to check. I can't go away by my king, because king should protect this knight. So I want to start, I don't know from what. Interesting. This idea is working. Yes. And the next plan for white is something like bishop d b1, bishop a2, rook e2, like something, maneuvers. So the position is better for the white, but it's totally unclear for human beings, not for computer. Right now we have this moment, but as for white, they have enough time to calculate everything. So 20 minutes against 44 seconds, it's a big difference. Okay, let's continue and go to the... We can't go to the third board, because the third board is hidden from our eyes. It's a secret, big secret for small company. As for the fourth board... Rook endgame with an extra pawn of white. But the situation is with big chances to make a draw. You know, the one of the popular ways to win position like that, it's a blackmail of trade-off. So I hope you know what means blackmail because you use in English in different situation. So right now all rook endgame is okay for the white, but pawn endgame is totally winning for the black. That's the reason why the idea of blackmailing is exists in chess. So when you want to have some square or lines or something else, you just offer a trade-off of rook. Your opponent should go away and avoid this idea, so it's called a blackmail. Well, interesting fact. Interesting especially for me. As for position, it's equal for everyone, so not very equal, not very for everyone. So of course black had chances to victory, white hasn't. It's a difference. What about counting chances? So right here I want to count it because math is my passion. Joke. The second one with white's advantage, the first one with black's advantage. So black will try to win. I don't know what's happening right here. So, no, I don't know. Just freezing of the, lichess. Sometimes it happens. Lot of technical small details like, I don't know how it's called in English, but these thin black things from the chessboard, chess clock, to the electronic devices, and maybe something was broken, maybe something was off from the techniques. Things happen. Okay, I wanted to say that in the last game, black will use a lot of chances right here to win, because the Astana team have a hard situation right now in fight with the Yugra Chess Academy, so this game can be decisive for them. Of course, looking for chances, it's a good idea. So, let's continue. Our next match is the fighting between the first place and the last, between the last round. So, Sport Club KPRF playing with the Zandan Shatar Chess Club from Mongolia. If Sport Club KPRF ends with a draw or something like that, they risk to find the second place in the end. Right now it was a draw, so black plays queen f8 and they agree to a draw. The fun fact that the evaluation right here is 1 pawn 7 in white's favor after the bishop h6. So queen go away, queen g4 made a battery, and this problem is totally unsolvable for the black. So it was the right time to offer a draw, because very hard to continue the game for the black. Okay. It was a fixed draw, perfect for this team. Then the fourth game was finished by Malakhov Vladimir's win. So right now it was one last game in this match. It's a fighting between Matlakov Maxim and Gunbayar Muammar Suren, but it really doesn't influence on the total score, because this team is totally winning. So that means that Sport Club KPRF has a first place without something. First place, so the other results can influence and can change something. Got it, got it. What's happening here? In the first board of this match, so Matlakov Maxim plays white, Gunbayar Muammar Suren plays black. White has an extra pawn, but lots of black's pieces stays here near the king. And it can be a compensation. Computer says it is, and the whole evaluation right here is a 0.0. For example, queen h4 staying here, rook g3 staying here, rook h5. And right now, for example, this idea is very dangerous. I just want to check. Bishop take h3, and black became, so it's a linear checkmate. You need to be careful with all of these ideas. because it's really hard. Here, and make a sacrifice. Are there ways to keep this position? Oh, very dangerous. Computer says after this move, the white's position is getting more dangerous. So, like -3 points. Lots of. Queen h4, for example, staying somewhere. No, it's a checkmate because of discovered attack, sorry. What else for the white? Go away? No. Okay, let's try in before. Rook h5. These sacrifices are very strong. So, where was the better decision for the white? For example, go away. And after this idea, very untypical for human beings. Bishop c5. Okay. We're creating a rook d8 checkmate. So this rook is like a pinned. Or not? Yes. So rook h5 is prohibited because of rook d8. It is a very strange thing. But right now, white has a really small amount of time, only 32 seconds. This position looks like a checkmate position. For example, b4, bishop takes, pawn takes, rook takes, so that's all. Okay. If in the end of this game white is continuing to trying to find something with an evaluation 1 pawn 7, this match technically able to finish with a draw. But really whites, agree to the draw agreement. Was what? What is not English what? It's Russian like, well, okay. Queen takes on h3 using this pin, and white are resigned after that. Interesting. What's happening in other matches? So lots of game was finished, but in the most important match for today, in the battle between India's team and Indian team and Yugra team, it's like all 4 games are continuing. So they are fighting. Our mood means a lot. Right now it's time to resign, and the total score of this match is 2.5 to the Sport Club KPRF and 1.5 to Zandan Shatar Chess Club. So, congratulations to the Sport Club KPRF because they had the first place in this tournament. They are the champions. That's our situation, yes. Okay, 4 hours finished. Not 4 hours finished. 4 games finished in this match. Right here. In the previous match between Astana and Yugra Chess Academy, right now the score is 2.5 against 0.5 to the Yugra Chess Academy. So Yugra Chess Academy has the second place in any way. We can put it into the... Am I right? Just want to check one more time. Yes, I am right. So right now it's the last game who is ongoing in this match, but it really influences on nothing because these plays are fixed. So Yugra Chess Academy will be the second. I don't know the exactly number of points, but it doesn't matter. This rook endgame are continuing, so white is trying to looking for chances, black is trying to pass their pawn. As for the match between China team and Uzbekistan, 2 games was finished, and the second and third boards are continuing. Right here interesting. White find the compensation totally. They done it. So if you remember in this game, black has an extra rook from the opening and it was very hard for white. But right now it's a passed pawn. So for example, a6. This idea is very hard. So rook d7, trying to find somehow bishop b7, lots of compensation, and really black has the only move to continue the game. Ha ha ha, not so easy. What's here to here, what's here is a drawish position. This move is prohibited, but black is active. For example, I want to go here, but it's a check. So king can't, space for maneuver. So c3 is prohibited. This diagonal is fixed. It will be a draw in this game without chances. But now we have the most interesting part of the event. So our first match with 4 ongoing games, fighting for the 3rd place. Let's start from the first one. Sankalp Gupta, the captain of Indian team, plays with Ilyushenko Ilya, the captain of Yugra team. The evaluation is 2 pawns in white's favor after the bishop b8. So 2 extra pawns on the a file and the h file means a lot. So if I remember right here, no. Chance with a check? Not really chance. Computer allow it, but doesn't really influence on the situation generally. So rook g7, and white trying to promote this pawn to the end. So easy plan for them, and they have reserve pawn on h file, to reserve. Okay, the second one, better for the black. The same situation in, team championships. Of course, white could avoid the risks and just staying in the place. Right now it's total equality without something, just stay right here, king d2, king e2, king d2, king e2, but the situation is white really want to win in this game because of the whole situation of team. So trying to find something, go away, a6, maybe counterattack is not enough, so we lost our pawn on a6, and the situation objectively is hard for white because black has an extra pawn and our chances to win the game is really so little. As for the third game, 1 extra pawn in the rook game for the white. Computer says it's a draw, like 0.0. That means black has enough material to solve all problems with g pawn. But what about the chances to win? It's a trouble. As for the last one, Kabanov Nikolai plays white, Rahul Vaz plays black. Another equality, and nobody has enough time to find something, but 0.0 really. The point is, it's not suitable for the Yugra team. They want to win somehow, but so small chances to do it. And it looks like the Airport Authority of India have a great chance to take the 3rd place. Okay, after 3 hours and 30 minutes, we have 7 ongoing games right here. Oh, white is found, black is found something because the evaluation is changed. So let's try g4, g3, very dangerous. We haven't checked from the side, this pawn just going ahead and that's all. For example, stay in g3, take here, and this position, this winning position, if you have elephants, wow, elephant's pawn, perfect. The joke is in Russian language, elephant and bishop have the same meaning, so in my mind it's opened like a bishop, like an elephant. Perfect. G4, yes, G4 was in the game, and my thought was about this maneuver with rook to the second rank and go from this side, and with elephant pawn right now it's working. So it looks like black will win in this game, and the total score in the match between Kazakhstan and Team Yugraches Academy will be like 2.5 to Yugraches Academy and 1.5 to Astana. I'm not sure. Everything can be changed, as I said a lot of times, but it's likely to be. Okay. I can, put in the games without a strong order, because now we have a lot of, not lot of, opposite of lot of. Anyway, equality here. Like of equality. Oh, maybe. Not maybe. Not maybe. Perfect comments, as I understand. Yes, maybe, not maybe, not maybe. Sounds very interesting. But right now I analyzed that pawn, bishop, thank you, endgame, and find that this enough for the draw. And computer agrees with me, so this position is saved by the white. As for our match, right here bishop goes away, maybe on c7, maybe something else, but about e5. To be honest, bishop e5 is not a big advantage of white. Because of the check, go away, one more check, go away. Rook g2 is a draw, because of the hook ideas. So, knight e4, very interesting. This move is dangerous because of the fork, so bishop c3 is only one, and make a check, only move, and make a fork. So, about opportunities, maybe there are opportunities of the team with rook and knight, who knows? It's untypical, but right here is sometimes working. White, find the best way. I wanted to say that it's a subtle move, because you remains your bishop unguarded, but really it's top engine move and totally good for the white. Okay, 1 minute in black's clock, 3 minutes in the white clock. Everyone is trying to find a chance. King e2 is top engine move for the white, avoiding problems from the king and from the knight and the rook. And right now, bishop a5, controlling this diagonal, solve all problems. Very hardest for me, especially after 3 hours and 30 plus something minutes. But they are grandmasters. Grandmasters can everything. As for the second board, the position is hard for white, because black has an extra passed pawn on the b file. So everything was okay before our trying to win the position. It's really an often problem of team championships. When your position, okay, safe position, but your teammates doing something strange. But maybe it's just my thought as for games. Maybe in real life it became different way, just guessing without something. But it seems like that, because this position is very safe for the white. And for example, if this teammates has two whatever, you understand everything, you are clever auditory, so we can go to the next game. 0.0, rook a1, so here, symmetrical thing. Draw is enough for the whites, because their team is really have a lot of opportunities right here, even after bishop d8. Bishop a5 it's a fork, to be honest, so let's be careful in our words. But right now it seems like the chances remain. As for the last one, 0.1. Without something, black controls the center, strong pawn chain in the center, so hard to find the chances. Knight c4, yes. Right here, 0.0. Oh, black lost a bishop. Stopped the pawn. Not? Yes, b6 pawn was very hard, so they decided to lost a pawn, sacrifice a pawn, and right now we have the equal position. This pawn is problematic, maybe we will win it here. So it looks like a draw. If this game will finish like a draw, in the whole score, the Chinese team will win from the Uzbekistan. So it's a funny fact right now. From 3 matches between Uzbekistan Chess Club, Hangzhou, China, Astana, Ugra Chess Academy, Zenden Shantar Chess Club, and Sport Club KPRF, only one ongoing game, this game. But in the match between Airport Authority of India and Ugra, there are 4 ongoing games of 4 after the 4 hours and 40 minutes. They are really fighting like a lions. A very important thing for everyone. Okay, king e2 with a threat of take a knight, so good idea of white. 17 seconds in black's clock right now. Check. King goes to d3. After knight e4, it looks like bishop a5 solve all problems. Or knight d4. Knight d4, it may be the best idea, because white's king trying to capture something. You know, multiple ideas. The first one going from the checkmate, the second one take something here, f5 or d5. Yeah, black's turn right now, 13 seconds. Tension in the air, but the odds are white will win. So right now it's not a threat because of c3 square to escape. Maybe just a4. It's enough right here. Check, go away, go, just check. Just king c5, it's enough because of this passed pawn. Maybe. As for the second one, white's king is returning to trying to block this pawn, just looking for chances to a draw. The game is continuing. The evaluation is minus pawn dot pawn. Pawn dot pawn, something new. Pawn minus 1.1. So, simplify our worlds. Worlds, it's the differencing. So in the third game we can see the draw rook endgame, especially after rook b3. Or not. Let's check it. Rook a4 takes. Black has an extra pawn. c4 going away, trying to keep our pawn on a5. c5 is a very big blunder because of the skewer. I thought it before I done it. So, it's a success. But after rook a3, for example, this idea remains on the board. Looks like a draw. But white and black and everyone is looking for chances. In the last board, the fourth one, Kabanov Nikolai plays with Rahul Vs. And the evaluation right now is changed. It's a half of a pawn in white's favor. Interesting. So maybe that's an opportunity to create a passed pawn on the king flank. I'm not sure, I'm just suggest, try. Okay, what's happening here? Chen Yinin plays white, Abduhakimov Akbarali plays black. Right now white has an advantage. Attacking this pawn. taking this pawn, so the number of pawns is equal right now. This is the threat. Liner mate doesn't exist. Maybe white can play to the win. It's not, it's not required for them because the whole score is in the China team favor, but why not? Why not? Rating and individual results. I didn't tell about it you before, but of course in this tournament every player can find one more attempt. I will start from the beginning. So, individual prizes. If you take a lot of points in your own board, for example, the second, the third, the first, you might have a cup and a medal, like individual results. So, everyone is trying, without exceptions. Okay, made a check. It was a wrong check because it means a draw, as computer says. Right here, bishop d3, and making a block right here with this pawn. But draw is a good result for the white, because white's team is, making a good job in the other boards. Okay, let's return to our match. India and Yugra and India. Right now the situation of white is getting better. King d4, the idea with check is finished. The idea with a4, a6, a8 remains. Very hard to find something because it doesn't exist. Okay, white is continuing. As for the second one, f4, preventing an e5 pawn break in the center. Good move, good move. The evaluation is 0.8 in the black's favor, so less than a pawn, you can find it. Find it? Fight it. And find it. So you can, whatever you want. Rook c3, for example, go away, g3, takes here, g2, b6 with a discovered attack, goes here, and after that, so this king will be, help this pawn, and these guys will be trade off right here, these guys will be trade off right here, and we will have a bare king in the end, as I predict. 3 minutes for black to think. As for the last game, white is finding chances. Oh, it's a draw. They made a draw agreement, and now we have 4 ongoing boards. As for Team Yugra, it's a draw right here. In the first board, the advantage of white is 4 pawns, so in this level it's really, that's all. So you can make a check. You can make something else, but a6, a7, a8. A good idea, good trying, but I'm sure that it's easy for the white. But of course we have a long tournament with big stakes in every round, so everything can be. Okay, a situation getting worse for the white. So computer says that bishop f3 was a mistake, big mistakes, lost 2 pawns as his evaluation. So knight h4 with a threat, going away, and the point is after where is the main advantage? I don't understand. Knight df5 with a threat. The only move? We should go away, and our opponent trying to promote their pawn. That's the main thing for the white, right? Maybe. And one more detail. Oh, it's a draw. interesting. In my childhood, I learned with 100% that usually knight endgames with an extra pawn is winning things, but right here we have the opposite situation. So, the point is, the draw in this match gives Indian team the third place. So the draw is not enough for the Yugra team. But where are they chance to winning? They are not. Right here, it's minus 3 points, 3 pawns to the Indian chess player. Right here, 5 pawns to the Indian chess player. Bishop e5, for example. Staying here, a7, staying here, and something like rook b1, rook b8. As for the last game, of course, not of course, this connected pawn, this passed pawn, can try to find something, but the total result isn't changed. What's happening here? The draw after all trade-offs. Yes, so bishop d3, it's a maybe a problem, maybe not. Maybe it's enough. Okay, so everybody has a small time in their clocks. Everybody has a lot of emotions during the game and right now, because it's the end and then, but looking for a roll of chances. a7, what about a7? Or bishop a5 is more safer. Okay, right here was king d3 and knight c4 with the threat of trade-off and make an extra bishop. Bishop e2, for example, takes, and knight g2, the second extra pawn for the black. Very hard situation. Let's check it. Bishop dominates, king e3, e5 takes, and the next pawn. So all white's pawn stays on the black squares, and this means a lot, because our bishop is light squares, he can't help somebody. The first board was finished with the Sankalp Gupta's victory. So right now the point is, the score is 1.5 to 0.5 in Indian's team favor. The last one game is continuing. f5. f5 is interesting, but what will be after the knight d2 with this idea of extra piece? Takes. Just one more takes. After g7, king can solve all the problems. After the takes, knight from g6. Yeah, of course, it's easy for me to give in a comments with an engine. It's not I'm not pretend to be cleverer than somebody. No, it's not my job. But in this game, it's really look like. That's all. Yes. So 2 extra knights, and this pawn can't promote it because of knight g6 opportunity. So this game is lost. As for the 2 ongoing games, right here, 0.0, this pawn trying and continue to trying, but for example after this discovered attack, after the trade-off, this pawn will lost. So we haven't the chances to move it ahead. So other games don't influence on the total score. So we have congrats the Hyper 30 of India team with the 3rd place. They had the 3rd place in any case of the last 2 games. Okay, but we will watch it till the end. Right here, it's a draw. It's not a draw. It's the second adjacent Adjacent board is a draw. This game is continuing. So what about g5? Trying to find something, and g5, g4, g5. Going ahead. And continue to going ahead. And we continue. Queen f5, king f5, and trying to, find this pawn on c3. We want to return or something like that. What means? The trap is with a skewer. Interesting. The king c4 was in the game. So of course, black want to win this game because it can become the total score is a drawish, but really looks like it's impossible. And what's happening here? Black's turn. Black has only 2 minutes in their clock. Computer says, for example, goes here in the center. So right now it looks like a 3 times repetition, right? Yeah. What about the... So, first, second, and after the rook a7, it will be the 3rd repetition of the position. So, draw in this game, right? Look like right. If they made a pause, they discussed about it, so, with arbiters, I mean. This game was finished with a draw. And the total result of the match is 2 points to the Airport Authority of India and 1 point to UGRA. So, what about the results of Astana and Ugra Chess Academy? I didn't write it down. Draw, 1 point, 2 point, 2.5 to Ugra Chess Academy, and 1.5 to the Astana, close match results in every game. So what do we have? Black is thinking about a victory, so they have an opportunity. Made the draw in every time, why not? As for this situation, rook g2. We lost our pawn on the g3. Oh, g4, we not lost it because of idea. So yes, our previous game was finished with a draw, and we have the last one. It's a game in the match between Uzbekistan Chess Club and Hangzhou of China. So after knight d3, black's turn. Okay, interesting endgame. I just want to check if we just sacrifice all our pieces right here and go away. It's uneasy to, stay in this position. Computer says yes. Nothing's happened, so it's a blockade from this pawn. Okay. So rook stays on g2, behind the passed pawn. Now it's a place to fight, like white trying to keep this pawn, black's trying to take it, but maybe if white wants to, keep this pawn, g4, okay, g4, looks like logical, the last trap in this game, king d4 to avoid this fork, so in the next move, this pawn will lost. But it means nothing, because the blockade, generally. I think so. New forms, because after 60 moves you need new form to write in a moves, because our every form contains only 60 moves. Okay, got it. So white's turn. Okay, of course, black wants to win right here, but it looks like there are no chances to do it. Let's try, for example, goes on c1, takes here, and just staying in this place. If I want to go from this side, stay. Oh, okay, on g7. Good. So, is it mistake? Not really. Just go away. Because our pawn endgame is drawish too. Knight b4 from the other side. And rook takes g4. I want to count this, I want to write this number of move in the textbook, because 61st move, so it means the next 50 moves black will try to do something, and even and even. And on the 111th moves it will be a draw. Good plans, good plans. Maybe white can take this pawn, and after that it will be totally draw without something else. Or somebody just agree a draw in this position. What else it can be? King b3, made a check, trying to take here. King c4, king a3. It can't be a Zugzwang, right? Bishop has a lot of squares. So there are no problems for the both opponents, of course. King c4 to avoid king b3 from white. King a3. With the threat of a check, it's not a threat. Maybe after rook g8 it can be a threat. But in other cases it's just a check. Okay. Something like, for example, check, go on b5. It can be a mistake. Maybe the draw in the without something. Check and blocked. And after that king goes to b2 and protecting everything. So 3 minutes in black's clock right now. Okay. They continue to looking at chance. In every round we have 1 or 2 last games when one of the opponents trying to find all of this in the board. It's a team championship, so if your team is losing, you should do it. It's, you know, rules. Rook goes to g2. Got it. Bishop b3, very natural move for white. So I'm a good predictor of these moves right now. As for next opportunities, really it's not... I don't see it, that I wanted to say. Bishop made a check. King should go away. On d4, for example, check. Go away. Check. And we have a very... So it's a draw. In this time it's a draw, yes. Takes c2, the only move, and it's sufficient material to the checkmate. Go to the other side. Okay. What about knight a2? I'm not sure about this variation, but it should be like after the... No, it's losing, so it's not the right thing. I know the rule when if you have a knight and a bishop, you should stay in the corner from different color than your bishop. Right now it looks like the same, but our king stays not on a1 and a3, so we haven't this idea totally. Okay. What will be next? A lot of time to thinking. 1 minute and 32 seconds in the white's clock, and 2 minutes and 43 seconds and the black clock. So knight decided to block this pawn. Rook d2. This is a border of the pieces, you know, so all of these squares are controlled by minor pieces, and that's the reason why black's king can't go here, maybe staying here. If king want to go from this side, we will stay on b4, so, or that's the way. Here, check. If you go away, the next check. Maybe this blockade can be easier, but whatever, for everyone. Without difference. There is no difference between variations. Got it. So, king c4, of course. I see it in the stream, but bishop goes away with a check. What will happen next? King d3. It's a threat of taking here. For example, our king b4 move is losing right now. What else? Made the next check on the b4. Let's do it. Knight b4 check, king go away. We blocked it by our bishop, for example. And our next move is king b3. Yeah, it was in the game. Superb. One game, two cameramen from the both sides. So much attention for this drawish endgame. Last round, last board, last everything. The next check with a king b4 idea. So it looks like king b4, yeah? Yeah, why not? It's hard to black find a way to protect it. For example, after the rook d3 will be bishop c4 with a pin. After, yes, it was in the game. After the king d3, it will be a check. In the d4, the next check. In the repeating knight c2. So, totally 3 times repetition should be here. I think so. Black has 3 minutes for calculate variations, but it's not very interesting for anyone, or for everyone, or at all, whatever. So, king stays on the b4, and the opponents are continuing the game. So, what will be after the response? 0.0 in any case. King d3 made a check. If king e2, we will return. If king d4, we will made a check, or check on d3, whatever. Check from here may be a fork. So pawn is lost. It's a final result of the pawn. I think so. King d3, knight e1, black responses and white responses predictable. Okay, like a 3 times repetition. Yeah, knight c2 with the same idea. So, what about agreement of a draw? After 3 times repetition, go away. The same check one more time. Maybe something can be changed or not. Yeah, the arbiters put 2 kings in the board, and it means that this match is finished. So, the Chinese team win with a score of 2.5 against 1.5 from Uzbekistan Chess Club. It was the last game. You can see how they fill their forms and everything. So, the final results of the Asian Chess Club Champions League in our stream. The Sport Club KPRF at the top of their ranking, so they're first. Yugra Chess Academy takes the second place, so congratulations for them. And the third place in instance ranking is taken by the Airport Authority of India today in today's match. So, thank you for watching. We are finished. I hope we will meet each other in our next tournaments, but right now that's all. Thank you one more time for watching and goodbye.